Yeah, we here. So Monday. Those are only for the vibes.
Oh, okay.
When the boss is back around, you know what I'm saying? I put those away.
That's all I heard after that win against the Clippers.
Air horns were being played.
I got you set up. I had the volume turned up, so I knew when it was over. I was like, "Hey, man, what the hell is going on the internet?"
Then my people were asking for the air horns. They wanted more.
It sounded like them old reggae gold CDs that used to drop. It's Caribbean jams with Rachel.
Oh man!
Yeah, you know what it is. You know what it is.
What Biggie say? Rather be in Caribbean sands with Rachel.
Mm-hmm. It's unreal. Out the blue, Frank White got sex appeal. Yeah,
these young kids don't know about Rachel.
Yeah, they don't know. That's all right.
You know, Ananda's on Twitter. I follow her.
Who?
Ananda Lewis.
Oh, for real? Is she really?
Look the same.
I believe it.
I mean, she looked like she was like 17 when she was like 27 or something like that.
Man. Yo, we got a 4-hour show today, man. 4 hours.
Alex P, you see what it is, man. Stop playing with me out
Alex
here, man.
P already know.
You see what it is, baby. Not on a work day. Not on a work day.
A red Solo cup. Yeah. And we're gonna be relying. Yo, we're gonna be relying on everybody in the comment section too here on the live stream. We're gonna be testing out a couple of things to see if they work, particularly when we get calls. So y'all got to kind of give us the thumbs up, like, hey, this works, or hey, y'all a bunch of idiots, man. Stop doing this.
Absolutely. Sure. What's going on? Danny in San Francisco, what up?
Yeah. Danny in San Francisco. Here we go. Showtime. Let's go. I got to leave my little Deuce Mason comment about leaving the thumbs up. Y'all hit the thumbs up button. All right, man. Nobody want to hear you.
Out west, legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
What it do, baby? Hope you had
a
fantastic weekend. Welcome in to the February 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. We are with you for the next 4 hours.
Yes, sir.
You heard that right. 12 to 4 today. Actually, 12 to 4 today. 12 to 4 tomorrow. And if you write your local congressman, maybe we'll be 12 to 4 permanently. Send a letter to your local congressman and see if we can get this handled. We've gotten accustomed to these 4-hour shows, and I got to be honest,
indeed.
We kind of like them.
I love them.
Especially coming off. I know there was a little football game some people are excited about yesterday, but that is just background noise for the Sacramento Kings. We were talking about, hey, KC, man, if they split these next 4 games, boy, it's gonna be nice, man, because they've got Boston, they've got Denver, they've got a back-to-back with Denver and Los Angeles, and then they've got the Philadelphia 76ers coming to town. Man, if they could find a way to get to. They've already gotten 3 of the 4 off of what I would argue is one of the best weekends of basketball the Sacramento Kings have had in a really, really long time, beating the Denver Nuggets for the 3rd time this season and beating the Los Angeles Clippers for the 1st time this season.
Wow. Look here, man. Some of y'all saw the post-game vibes, and you guys are back in here, and Damian, they're asking for him.
Some of y'all heard the post-game vibes. Some of y'all
heard asking for him, Damian.
Go ahead.
I got to get up people what they need.
You get one. Get it in.
The Kings are over 500. De'Aaron Fox is an all-star. Let's go.
You're a child,
Let's go.
Man. I swear, you're a big-ass kid. We're live, by the way, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go follow us. Make sure you're following us at ESPN1320 on Twitter as well. And, of course, we're available on YouTube. You can watch us on your big screen television if you'd like. Just search ESPN 1320. Hit the subscribe button there. Also, hit the thumbs up if you're watching the video. We greatly appreciate you. All kidding aside, Robert Turbin's going to be with us at 1 o'clock. Super Bowl champion. He knows what it's like to be out there on the field as the team that won and as the team that lost. We'll talk to him. We said it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah, we did say that. That's facts.
Hey, we're not the type of guys to say we told you so. We edited everything else out of the broadcast. We just said, hey, it's going to be a blowout. And then we're going to edit all that out. But we'll dive into the game and legacies and GOATs and greatest team sport athlete of all. We'll do all of that, man. But we're talking Sacramento Kings right now, and that's where we're going to start. They've won 7 of their last 8. They've got the second best record in the league since January 22nd. They're 7-1 in that time frame. Only the Utah Jazz have a better record. They are 8-1. De'Aaron Fox continues to be extraordinary. 3 35-point games in the last 10 games. He had 1 in the first 218 games of his career.
That boy too cold right now, Damon. He's too cold. Listen to this. De'Aaron Fox's last 5 games. 30.8 points per game, 8.2 assists, 3.4 rebounds, shooting 52% from the field. If we want to draw it out a little bit more, why don't we? Because 5 games, anything could happen in 5 games. Let's go 10 games. His last 10 games, 28.4 points per game, 8.2 assists still in the last 10 games, shooting 50.5% and 37% from 3. This man is cooking right now. Cooking. All-star De'Aaron Fox. Let's make it happen.
It's phenomenal, man. And he continues to excel in the fourth quarter, just as he did yesterday against the Los Angeles Clippers. 12 points for De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. And let's go ahead and throw in the dude who has played exactly 20 games? I was going to say 23, but he missed a couple in there. He played 21 games.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, Tyrese is the closer. Tyrese and De'Aaron had a combined 20 points last night in the fourth quarter. The Kings scored 34. I know I'm saying last night, but you know what I mean, yesterday afternoon. The Kings had 34 points. De'Aaron and Tyrese had 20 of them. Every other King, no other King scored more than 2.
Hey, man, these dudes, it's crazy. It really is crazy to see, number one, what De'Aaron Fox is doing. And then what Tyrese Haliburton is doing as a rookie. Like you just mentioned, 21 games into his NBA career, he's a closer. He's clutch. Doesn't he have like the best or second best 3-point percentage in the fourth quarter in the league?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
Come on. This kid is onions.
Joe Harris is the only player with a better fourth quarter 3-point percentage. Tyrese is shooting 62.9%.
Oh, my gosh.
Behind the 3-point line in the fourth quarter.
That's crazy. That's great. And look, we got a lot of time. We're gonna get to Tyrese, but Damien, I gotta stick with De'Aaron Fox.
Can I give Will Griffith some love? That's where I got that stat from. Will
Absolutely.
Griffith, the Kings Herald, man. Shout out to our guy Will.
Shout out to Will. But De'Aaron Fox, I can't say enough about what's going on with him this season, and particularly in the last 3 weeks or so. I mean, Jason Jones talked about it on here, and he talked about it on the Vibes. I think it was one of the blowouts, and De'Aaron Fox said, "Man, it's hard. Like it's hard. Like I'm stepping to a different stratosphere with the contract and the expectations and everything, and it's hard to be a great player." And it seemed like at that moment when he said that, the light bulb clicked, and he said, "I've got to step some things up." And boy, has he ever! I always thought. And by no means, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I could still be, what I feel about him could still be right. But I never thought De'Aaron Fox was going to be this type of scorer. Damien, the claw was on him last night in the fourth quarter, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's debatable.
He treated the claw like a cone. He treated him like a chair.
It was kind of disrespectful, to be honest, what De'Aaron did to the late great Kawhi Leonard. It really was disrespectful. Like he took it all from him there in the fourth quarter.
It didn't matter, and I keep saying it. and keep saying, not the only one to know you feel the same way. If the jump shot is falling, the man is unguardable. He's absolutely at this point in his career where he's got, he's getting into the peak of his physical abilities and all the speed that he has and all this stuff, and it's matching up with the shot and it's matching up with the knowledge. If the shot is falling, he's unguardable. What are you going to do with this guy? What are you going to do with him if the shot's falling? Is blindfolding a cigarette that jump shot is falling for De'Aaron Fox?
I couldn't agree more. I'll take it a step further. He has gotten so aggressive in going to the basket. You talk about what he did to Kawhi Leonard yesterday. It's what he has done on a number of occasions. And I know we're all respectful of Dame time.
Yes.
But man, when that fourth quarter comes around, I hate the proverbial switch analogy, but like he gets more aggressive. He's penetrating to the basket like he's locked in. And maybe this is, everyone says, and at the beginning of this year, I was like, Jesus, like how many more steps does this guy have to take? Because we talked about, well, is De'Aaron going to take that next step? Like, let's not forget, this is a dude that took a monster step from year 1 to year 2. And it's like, oh, we've got to see De'Aaron take another step. Well, okay, he did. Not nearly as big of one, but a step from year 2 to year 3. And this year he gets the big contract, and it's like, all right, we got to see De'Aaron take the next step. It's like, how many stairs are there? Like, how many flights of stairs is De'Aaron climbing? Because at some point, I got to think, like, man, there aren't any more steps for De'Aaron to take.
Yeah,
and he did. Yeah. He's doing it again. He continues to take more steps. He continues to find more levels to take his game to, man, and that's really extraordinary.
I was watching the game yesterday with the Queen Bee, or really particularly in the fourth quarter. That's when she started to lock in, and she's seen a number of different of these fourth quarters, or maybe heard the fourth quarters from me in the other room or whatever. But yesterday she said something that kind of stuck with me. And she's an outside observer. She's not a Kings fan. She just kind of watches me from afar and watches these games from afar. And she said, you know what? It's kind of cool to see De'Aaron Fox like have this breakout season. To her, this is a breakout season and like another level. Like you talk about steps. And she's like, it almost reminds you of seeing Steph Curry. And there was a moment when Steph, and she's, once again, she's not a sports person, but she was like, there's a moment where Steph went somewhere else. And I was like, first of all, I got goosebumps. I was like, whoa. Not comparing him to Steph. Everybody knows that, right? But this is De'Aaron Fox's 4th year in the NBA. And, he's taking some steps, statistically wise, but I compared it to Steph Curry. In Steph Curry's 3rd season, and it was injury plagued at the same time, but he went 14.7 points per game. In the 4th year, he went off to 22.9 and like started that movement to where we know him now. And this is De'Aaron Fox's 4th year. And it kind of feels like he's hitting a different stratosphere right now with mentally, physically, everything starting to be like, okay, I got control. I got complete control over what I want to do out here on the floor. And I just imagine with me for a second, Damien, what if he is taking it to another level this year? I mean, what he's doing right now is crazy. It is crazy. Like you talk about, we joke about it. I tweet about it. We copyright infringement, all this other stuff with Dame time. I understand, but I'll pay the fine because 4th quarter is looking like Fox time. Like it's looking like Fox time right now.
4th quarter Fox. Like we've got to find the right way to phrase this so we can.
We got to figure it out because it's something.
We will. We've got time, baby. We've got time. But really, I mean, I just don't. You can't say that it, and it's just so amazing to me how there actually was another level for him to get to. Like he is turning into. We knew there was. I always thought De'Aaron was a potential. Like I feel like he already is like a star, like an NBA star. Could he be like an NBA superstar? Could he be Dame or Steph or one of those? And I know Steph is, one of the greatest shooters ever. I'm just or maybe the greatest shooter ever. I'm just talking about, can he take the step into that stratosphere? Maybe Steph isn't fair because he's got MVPs, but maybe Dame
on another stratosphere.
Maybe Dame is a closer comp there. Even John Wall was in MVP conversations. He was an all-NBA player. Like, is that what we're talking about with De'Aaron? Well, if you're just tuning in, we've got 4 hours to talk about that. We will get to the Super Bowl as the day goes along, but we have got Kings basketball that we want to center on, and of course, we want to hear from you. 916-349-1320 if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Go ahead and jump in there in the chat. We don't go to commercial breaks when we're on the stream, man. We hang out with you for 4 hours straight. Again, 916-349-1320. Robert Turbin coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We are just getting started here on this Monday edition of D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Ooh, the chat's already popping.
It's popping in the chat
man.
right now.
What
Baby,
is
people want to chat.
happening here?
People want to chat.
Let's go. Wow, Rich. Sorry, buddy.
We can spend the whole break talking about the Super Bowl if you guys like.
Rich, we'll let you know when to avert your ears.
Rich, you got Super Bowl in your belt, buddy.
Yeah, Fox is most definitely a #1, man. Like, it's wild.
The scoring from Fox is something that I mean, he's scoring at a higher clip and probably easier than I even imagined right now. Like, I thought he was, 20-point per game scorer, maybe 21, something like that. But
take it easy, Matt George. Like, let's slow down with the Clay Steph comps. Like easy, Max, easy, buddy.
I want to be careful with even this comparison as well. But my other homeboy, he was saying they got a little Dame and CJ possibility.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. Like that, we're talking about the greatest shooting backcourt the league has ever seen.
Maybe the greatest backcourt of all time.
Let's hang on a second here. I mean, Dame, CJ, sure. Again, this dude has played 21 pro NBA games, man. It's wild, but you often hear about like that clutch gene. Mm-hmm. Like, and it's just, some people shy away from the moment. Some people get bigger in the moment. Tyrese Haliburton becomes like 7'2", 300 pounds. He turns into the Big Show when the game gets on the line, man. And he's not afraid of anything. And he goes out there and he gets the job done. He's an incredible player to watch, man.
Yeah, I love
him.
Incredible. Leonard. Okay, I guess CBS knows what they're doing, and it worked because I did watch The Equalizer last night.
Was that what's her name? Queen Latifah show? Is that what they kept showing? The Queen Latifah joint?
And the whole TV thing is, you put the show that you want to push right after something like that.
Oh yeah.
Well, it worked. We sat around and watched The Equalizer last night. They know what they're doing.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Calm down, Roddy. Calm down, Roddy. I ain't going to say nothing about that.
More fire. More fire.
Oh, okay. So I see. I see. Ben want to start a fight like right here. At 12:16, huh? We got 3 hours and 45 more minutes to go.
Hey, man, I made a comment on Saturday.
Trying to start a fight.
I made a comment on Saturday, and it went a whole nother place. I had to step up out of there, man. I was like, bro, I wasn't even trying to go here. I wasn't trying to go here. I'm going to step to the side.
I was so mad at you. I was like, this dude, this freaking dude right here. Trying to ruin my damn night, man, with this Vlade
just
stuff.
Slide to the side. It wasn't I looked at something. I was like, oh, yeah, he does.
Slide to the left.
It got crazy.
Slide to the right. Just go on, slide on out of there like Brian Windhurst did in that video. Slide up out of there. I would have kept sliding if I didn't think it was going to rip my headphones off my ear.
I felt like that Marge Simpson meme that's going along where she's like this. Like, I felt like that. We're not mentioning that on the show today, everybody. Please, we're not doing that. No,
Kenny. We're going to test this. We're going to test this phone thing out, see if it works.
Okay.
TIFY for vanities starting at $99. Valid through 3/31 US only.
Yes, indeed. We are in here the day after the Super Bowl and the day after the Sacramento Kings win their fourth straight game. They've beaten Boston. They've beaten Denver. They've beaten Los Angeles. They got Philadelphia on the horizon. We're going to talk about all that as the day progresses. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here and be a part of the conversation. Manny, what's good, baby?
Oh, what's good? Forget the Super Bowl, man. We got a super team going on over here.
I love it, baby.
All I see is the lights go down at the beginning of the fourth. I see Darren Fox and his Apollo Creed coming down like Rocky Four. I'm in Sacramento. He's coming down, pointing at everybody. You got to make that punch.
Now we know how that we know how that fight ended, though.
We the ending, baby. We rewriting the ending.
I could play the role of James Brown. I could play the role of James Brown. Does that work?
Oh, for sure.
Bad to bad. Feet to feet.
I feel good.
Y'all are okay. Okay. No question. I guess we know how everybody feeling today. Manny, Manny, did you want to get anything coherent in before we left you go, or did you just want to? Okay. All right. We appreciate
You're the man,
you,
Brady.
Manny. 916-349-1320. I'm not even mad. Kings fans, if that's how you feeling, let's go.
Bro,
Let's
Damien, this is one of the reasons why I had to do post-game vibes yesterday. I text you at like 30 seconds ago. I was like, Damien, come on, man. Mm-hmm. Open up the door. Let me get these post-game vibes in, man. Let me get up in here, man. And it's just how it is. So this is weird, right? Because you got like, I remember thinking when the Yankees won the World Series in 2009, right? And my cousin, he's a big Yankees fan or whatever. And then the Giants won in 2010. And he was like, oh, yeah, you guys won after us or whatever. And I was like, I'm not saying it's better than having 27 championships, but you'll never feel how I feel right now because you have 27. And this is like the first, and like it's a lifetime of waiting to this moment, right? Mm-hmm. And on a very small scale, on a very, very, very smaller scale, people like Warriors fans or a Laker fan or Heat or whatever, because they've won so much, they can't understand the small joys of we're over 500 in February. Like, this is a great day. Like, this is a really, really happy day.
We're over 500 in February. Who cares if the season started at the end of December? That doesn't matter. Let's just celebrate this moment here.
Right. You know what I mean? But it's like, no, this is really a happy day. You know what I mean? Like, because you don't get these opportunities often. And hopefully one day we get to the point of like a Warriors fan where we're like 12-11, blow the team up, blow the team up. But right now is a great day. People hitting us up on Twitter. I know you're talking about Kings all day, right? Because we're hyped. Like, it's really cool in its own way.
And I guess that's where we should thank Todd Bowles, Bruce Arians, Tom Brady for doing us a favor, because there was a legitimate conversation like, okay, what happens if the Kings win Saturday but they lose Sunday? What happens if the Kings lose Saturday and Sunday? Because we always try to figure out like how do we structure this show with the what are people going to want to hear about? Boy, this was easy. This was so easy. The Kings win both, and the Super Bowl was kind of,
Yeah, easy work.
I mean, we'll get to the Super Bowl because there is plenty to talk about there. Mm-hmm. But hell, we might feel as good as Bucs fans do today. I'm not sure.
Well, look, we're not on J Street today, like they were in whatever their J Street was last night. Well, that was crazy.
There's no COVID in Florida, man. That's how it works. By the way, can we all just acknowledge that the NFL sold us a bill of goods? There is no way there were 22,000 people there last night.
So you think there was? Do you think there was more than 22,000? Because
yes.
it seemed like when you really got up on the fans, it seemed like there were a lot of cardboard cutouts.
It looked like people cut out, people cut out. Like in terms of rows, it looks like that's how it went. That's how
I could never really tell. I could never really tell.
And then it's in some shots, it just all blended together.
Yeah.
It all blended together. I thought the halftime thing was interesting. I was curious how they were going to pull that off, and they did. They just did tight shots on the set, and there were no non performing people around. So
Right.
I thought that was interesting. But we'll dive into the Super Bowl as the hour progresses here, as the show progresses. We're with you until 4 o'clock today. Robert Turbin is going to be with us at 1 o'clock. He'll be our analyst for the game last night. He'll tell us what Todd Bowles and Bruce Arians and that group there in Tampa did to really shut down Patrick Mahomes. And, we'll dive into next season as well. We've got odds out there for the Chiefs and for the Bucs and for your San Francisco 49ers.
Hey.
So we got all of that. Let's do something that doesn't happen on this
Let's
show
do it.
very often.
Come on. I need it. Come on.
Can we show some love to Luke Walton?
Hell yeah, we can. And he gets air horn. Okay. It's time. And I heard a couple of times over the weekend, Damian, where I said this, right? And I said, Luke Walton deserves credit. They go, well, Alvin Gentry, you can tell by the sets that he has. No. We're not doing this. Please get the man his roses.
No. Luke Walton deserves a lot of credit. But I'm not going to diminish him either, because I just led with let's give credit to Todd Bowles, who was the defensive coordinator. I mentioned his name before I mentioned Bruce Arians' name. So I'm not going to diminish the role of Rex Kalamian or Alvin Gentry, but I'm not going to diminish.
Different though.
I'm not going to diminish the role of what Luke Walton has done, and if nothing else. I've been extremely critical of the sense of I've always felt like, and a lot of this is just leftover bad taste from the former general manager, but it felt like like they hired it like a buddy, not a buddy healed, but like a buddy that, hey, Luke's my buddy instead of my coach. You know what I mean?
Right.
And sometimes when he talks, I'm like, God bless it. Is he their a friend or is he their coach? And he hasn't changed at all. He for the most part, with very, very few exceptions, lose by 30, he's right here. Win by 30, they haven't won by 30, but lose, he's right here. He doesn't, his demeanor doesn't fluctuate, his mood doesn't fluctuate, the way he talks to the media doesn't fluctuate, and he's gathered the trust of his players. And he really, there was a point in the fourth quarter last night where Metu was on the floor, Kyle Guy was on the floor, Glenn Robinson was on the floor, and Corey Joseph were all they were all on the floor at the same time.
It was like a 2-point game.
With 7 to 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. One, Tyrese Haliburton, my God, how much trust do you have in your rookie to throw your entire bench out there with Tyrese Haliburton in the fourth quarter of a very, very, very close game? But he felt the game in a way. It was like, I'm going to put these guys out there and they're going to get the job for me, done for me. And they absolutely did.
One thing that I've felt from this group since Walton was hired, and like I said, the circumstances with how he was hired and all, I understand how that rubbed people the wrong way. But I always felt that these guys played for Luke Walton and they respected Luke Walton. And you can go back to the times when they were struggling last season, and it was firing season on Luke Walton, no pun intended. And every player, every time, would come out of their way and be like, it's not the coaching. It's not the coaching. They're telling people, why aren't they running the pace? Da-da-da-da. He's telling us to run. We're not getting it done. It's not the coaching. It's not the coaching. It's not the coaching. And they have his back. And that comes from him having their back. The reason why I think, Damian, it's so even keeled is he's never going to call out a player in the media. It's never going to happen. And the closest we get to that is that last Clippers game played. He was like, we called something in the third quarter. We told him what was going to happen, and it didn't happen. That's the closest you're going to get. And sometimes that's a gift and a curse. Sometimes that is like a buddy system, no pun intended. Maybe, in some cases you need a drill sergeant, somebody that's not going to be their friend all the time. But I think this works. The way Luke goes about things, the way he handles these players. it works. Luke got a bad rap for that year. LeBron was there the first year in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go the year before when he had all those young guys, there was a lot of optimism for how he handled them and how that season went. So he deserves credit for this turnaround. He deserves credit for keeping these guys together in a very, very tough time earlier in the season. And shout out to Luke Walton.
Yeah, no, he's done a really good job. And you mentioned the Clippers game. I don't have the schedule in front. Was that the turning point? Wasn't that January? I'm not 100% positive, but wasn't that January 20th that they played? And we just had the stat that they have the second best record in the league since January 22nd.
That's phenomenal knowledge, Damien. It was January 20th. It was right before the Knicks game.
And so the Knicks game was the game we saw a change in defense, right? We saw them get. We believe they got better they stopped giving up 130 points a game, or that's an exaggeration. A literal sense was they stopped giving up 123 points per game, and they have played the best basketball that they have this year. And you could probably make an argument the best basketball they've played in years over this 8-game stretch.
Man, I feel like that could be the case. Now, they played. People, I always bring it up. I even brought it up on Saturday during our crazy little Twitter dust up. But people always forget they played really well before the stoppage last year. What were they, like 19-6 in 25 games? I
feel like it was better than that. I can't remember. Maybe it was probably somewhere around there. But
yeah. So I mean, it's look, we can count them on one hand. These type of stretches that they've had in the last 15 years. So. And somebody mentioned that the way that they're playing now and the group that they're doing it with seems a little more sustainable for more future success.
That was kind of going to be my next question. Is it felt like the Dave Yeager stretch, and don't get it twisted. The 38 and Jason Jones will be quick to point this out to you. That 39 win season. 38, 39 win season. It was a stretch of basketball where they played really good. They kind of withered away in the second part of that season, like a little later than the second half. They kind of withered away there. But it always felt like it wasn't sustainable because we had seen it so many times. Like if Phoenix can't sustain this, like with an incredibly group of talented players deep into the play, like the Kings aren't going to be able to sustain this with Buddy Hield and De'Aaron Fox versus, Steve Nash and Amari Stoudemire and all those guys. You look at all of these teams that run and have that tempo that you attempted to equate that Sacramento Kings team to. Yeah. It never felt like it was sustainable. And we saw as the season kind of wound down that it wasn't. And I guess the greater question will be the one that you posed a minute ago. Is this comparable to the stretch before the season came to a suspension last March?
Yeah, and I think it is. And I always, while what they did at the beginning of the 18-19 season was a lot of fun. Like that was loads of fun. Like you said, it always felt like, okay, once teams figure, what we got?
De'Aaron Fox and Giannis Antetokounmpo were just named Western and Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
You know what it is?
Get it.
Get it. Come on. And one more. Come on. Western Conference Player of the Week. Let's go, De'Aaron Fox. Let's go.
Last week we told you, we all found out together that Tyrese Haliburton had been named Rookie of the Month. Today we find out that De'Aaron Fox has been named the Western Conference Player of the Week, and I understand we're talking about the Player of the Week. Like this doesn't mean he's bringing home the MVP trophy when all said is done. Maybe it very well does. However, is it fair to say this answers one question that a lot of Kings fans have been asking? And hell, we've been asking it. Deuce and Mo have been asking it. Marshall Harris has been asking it. Are people paying attention to what De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton are doing? Are people paying attention to what the Sacramento Kings are doing? And I think perhaps what we've seen these last 2 weeks in terms of, these awards, if you will, maybe they are.
I think so. I mean, and De'Aaron Fox, I think he is forcing people to pay attention. And it also comes with them playing these higher profile teams. You know what I mean? What he did against New Orleans isn't a high profile team, but anytime Zion's involved, they always got eyes on him. You know, so they're looking at that and what he was able to do, the way, and that's the other thing, the way he's closing out these games. Like he's having these crazy fourth quarters that has us gone at Fox time and all this other stuff. Like that's taking notice. People are taking notice of that. I think yesterday, the Clippers Kings game, at least that fourth quarter, was the last game going on in the NBA before the Super Bowl. So if you wanted some NBA fix, you had to look at that. The Celtics Kings game on Wednesday, I think that was the only game that late at night. So, I mean, it's not national TV per se, but we're living in an era where a lot of people have League Pass and they're watching these
NBA
games.
junkies. Yep.
Yeah, and then some of these times that's all that's on is the Kings. So yeah, he's getting the recognition, but good for him, man. Good for him. Absolutely.
Yeah, you had the numbers a moment ago. Was it over the last 5 games, I think you said, or was it longer? 30.8 points per game?
Yeah, I think over the last 5 games, he's 30.8 points a night, 8.2 assists a night. It's crazy.
It's the latest. It's the first time the Kings have been above 500 after 23 games since the 2018-2019 season, when they were also 12-11 that year.
But real quick to the point though, I feel this is more sustainable because in 18-19, with the way they were running, it kind of felt to me, I don't know if it's this simplistic, but once the cat was out of the bag that this is how they wanted to play and they wanted to run, people would just be like, all right, well, we'll put 3 guys back, you know, make them play in the half court. And that's what they did. And they struggled mightily with the half court sets this year. And even at the end of last year, I'm going to bring the two together because I see the same things. And it took a while to get here. There was some growing pains, but half court offense seems to be a lot stronger, a lot more precise, and a lot more sustainable for what they're trying to do on a night in and night out basis. And that's kind of why I feel this is more sustainable, and the defense as well. Half court defense has been really good as well. That's
what I was about to say is how much of what you just said about the half court offense has to do with their defense.
A lot of it. I mean, they're just playing. Once again, I lifted the tag last week, you know, because they deserve it. I mean, it's certified now. They're playing a much physical, maybe physical and tougher, but just more mentally physical brand of basketball right now. They can't be pushed off their spot like they were earlier in the season. You know what I'm saying? Or in that, you know, when it was getting real ugly in the middle of the beginning of the season. They can't be pushed off their spot on the offensive end, and they're not backing down on the defensive end. It's a much more physically and mentally tougher team than it was just 2 weeks ago.
I guess we should point out the Kings had lost 4 in a row, right? Before that Knicks game, they had lost 4 in a row before getting to this point that they are right now. And, you know, the Knicks game. And, man, you can't you certainly don't wish this upon anybody. But those Memphis Grizzlies, that cancellation is just, it seems to have meant the world to the Sacramento Kings, having those extra days at home, having that time when they traveled to be able to, you know, get a practice in when they got there in, I think it was Orlando, which was the second stretch of that. It was supposed to be the second stretch of that road trip, turned out to be the first stretch of it, but allowed them to get there a little bit earlier than they normally might. And man, it's just a weird scheduling quirk where the Grizzlies saw a stretch of games postponed, and it just so happens that the Sacramento Kings were kicking off their 6-game road trip with 2 games against that team on consecutive nights. It's just, again, it's just a weird scheduling quirk that seems to have completely altered the Sacramento Kings season.
Absolutely. Seems to have changed the season. To your point earlier, Damon, not only had they lost 4 in a row before that Knicks game, they had lost, if my math was correct, 7 of their last 9 before that. So they were really struggling, as Joe Namath would like to say. But those 2 cancellations or postponements literally changed everything. Literally changed it all.
And De'Aaron, that Clippers game, the remark that you just made a few minutes ago about how it's tough to be a good player in this league. Do you want to delve into? I don't know that it's necessarily a negative, but I did just tell you that Kyle Guy and Metu and Glenn Robinson and Corey Joseph, they all played in the fourth quarter. Not only did they play in the fourth quarter, they all played in the fourth quarter at the same time. The same exact time, along with Tyrese Haliburton. Want to mention here real quick, Robert Turbin set to join us here at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. He'll be live on the video stream. If you're watching us on YouTube on the ESPN 1320 channel, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up as well. If you're on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, make sure you share the video and subscribe and follow that channel as well. Again, Guy, Metu, Glenn Robinson, Corey Joseph. We saw Hassan Whiteside earlier in the fourth quarter. You know where I'm going. You know who we didn't see.
I know where we're going because I text you.
Yeah. You sure did. And this was, you text me before that lineup went out there. It was like, yo, this is crazy. Metu is out there. And then it was like,
that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I said, somebody's got to.
Like Metu's out there. And then you're looking around and you're going, holy crap, is that Kyle Guy? Kyle Guy is out there with the little dog. Wait, what is happening right now? And then there's Marvin with his mask on, being responsible.
That was crazy. Man, look, man, I'm not going to say I'd be out here tweeting anything because that's not the answer. And they're winning. They're winning, okay?
Yeah.
If I was Marvin, I'd be hot. I would feel some type of way. I'd be happy that we're winning, but man,
that is tough.
I'm out here doing, and this is the killer. You know, every time it's brought up, it's like Marvin is, he's working hard and he's doing everything that we're asking of him. Well, if I'm doing everything you're asking me, like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I would. Come on, man. Anybody who's, no, it's all about the winning or whatever. I mean, these guys are competitive. They want to play.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to Metu, but that would have been the straw that broke the camel's back. I would officially be mad.
I just like I'm not mad. I mean, I don't have any reason to be mad. I just like, how did we get here? Like, how did we? I mean, are we? Because if it's defense, and that seems to be the narrative that runs around the internet. If defense is really like you trust Metu and Kyle Guy and Corey, you trust all of those guys more than you trust Marvin Bagley. Hey, it's working out fine. And James Ham had a tremendous article that I believe I can't remember if he posted it on Friday or Saturday, but I know it contained the stat that at the time he wrote it, the Kings, that Tyrese Haliburton had played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter. I think it was 7 times.
Wow.
And the Kings were 6-1. Wow. And the one loss was the 1-point game to the Miami Heat.
Wow.
And since then he played all 12 minutes yesterday. So now the stat is 7-1 when Tyrese Haliburton plays all 12 minutes. So it's not a question of changing it. It's just a question of, wow, this is where we are with Marvin Bagley.
The only thing that I could think of about yesterday in the whole Metu thing specifically is at the beginning of the fourth, I was looking at Whiteside and I was like, he's not here today. At least not right now. Mm-hmm. He's not here. He was not looking good. And I was like, yo, this would be a time to go to Marvin. The thing about it is Luke could have been looking at it like, well, I've got about 2, maybe 3 minutes before I go back to Holmes. Mm-hmm. I don't want to put Marvin in that situation where I bring him in and, maybe he's thinking it's extended time and it's really just like 2 minutes or to the next media timeout and he's coming out. I'm going to just put Metu in that situation as opposed to putting Marvin. I'm not saying I agree with it. I do understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to just give these quick 2 minutes to Metu as opposed to 2 minutes for Marvin. That would look a little strange too, right? To some people to just have him in there for 2 minutes and then bring him out. But man, that's tough, man. That's tough. I'm going to be real with you, man. Even if you haven't been in between the lines before, I mean, you could just really understand. Like, if I'm Marvin Bagley, that's kind of tough. I'm feeling some type of way right now.
Yeah, he did not play well against Denver. I didn't think he was really bad against the Clippers. You know what?
No.
You know what the Clippers game felt like? Like he wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I know he got a lot of rebounds. I never felt like he did anything impactful. And I'm not saying this to diminish him. I'm saying like when you go to the Denver game, it was like ugh. On Saturday, it was like, oh, this is rough. Like this isn't going well. I didn't feel like that on Sunday. It just kind of felt like he just wasn't there.
Yeah.
But man, the stretch of him not playing in the fourth quarter. It's getting really, really long. We've got some stats. You know, I pulled up some averages since that Clipper game that you referenced there just a moment ago on January 20th, and we're going to give those to you here in just a couple of minutes. This is hour number 1 of 4 hours today. We're with you all the way until 4 o'clock. We're on YouTube on our ESPN 1320 channel. Make sure you go subscribe to that. Follow us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're going to get into the Super Bowl. Robert Turbin is going to join us here on the video stream at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, and I'm going to give you these stats. These fit into exactly what you just said, KC, about half-court offense and half-court defense. We're talking a lot of Kings here as D-Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey.
Yeah, we got the phones
I need to
working.
put the mirror horn there for that. We got the phones working.
Go,
We got the phones working.
Yeah, let's get it. I went straight to the chat. I was like, Lord, please. Because if it didn't work, I was like, man, I just do not know what's going to work if this doesn't work.
We in here now, baby.
Yes, yeah, we in here. Now we can get a little creative when we got, people on the phone and all that. And Jesse, that didn't create any issues in the studio, right? Love it.
Yes,
Love
sir.
it, love it.
What y'all talking about, man? What y'all
Yes,
talking
sir.
about?
De'Aaron Fox, player of the week. Let's go.
Yes,
let's
sir.
go.
Over under had a testy chat last week.
Over under being nice to us today. We appreciate you, Mr. Over Under. Is that you in the golf swing? That's got to be you, right? Where you out there golfing, Mr. Over Under? Can you teach your brother how to swing?
Matthew, what's good, man?
Yeah, we in here. We growing this YouTube channel and this Twitch stream, man. We are thrilled. If y'all, hey, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. And on Twitch, do whatever you do on Twitch. I don't even know what it is. Just do it. Just do it.
Zubac would have torn Bagley to shreds. Zubac tore everybody to shreds.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, that's the whole point when you talk about, Bagley can't play. Like, Whiteside was getting worked. Metu didn't do anything when he got in there. You just can't put Marvin in there at all.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Let it go. Let it go because they keep it. So I want to come up here. Damien needs to appreciate the good air
I
horn.
like it. What do you mean? I enjoy the air horns. We're going to get into the Super Bowl here in just, here after I hit you with this stat. We're going to talk to Turbo at 1 o'clock, and then we'll get back into the Kings after that. Just a little heads up as to what
let me let the people know we out here, man. I got to do my part. Let them know, hey, we out here.
The collection of views is doing well, man. So let's get these channels growing. Yeah. By the way, if y'all are on the podcast too, since y'all are on the stream and you're the loyalist of the loyal, let's just beg you for a few things. If you're a subscriber to the podcast, particularly on Apple, make sure you hit the 5 stars. Make sure you give us that review, subscribe, and get the 5 stars there, and you get all sorts of content there, not just the show with D-Lo and KC, but you get, the broken down interviews, you get post-game vibes, you get all that good stuff on there, man. So get up on there, pretty please, and hit the 5 stars. Give it the Dave Meltzer Omega Okada treatment. 5.5 stars, 6 stars, 6 stars in the Tokyo Dome.
Let's see what baby not out. We got some new comments up in here.
Let's go. Get that thumbs up. Yeah. Sacktown man. I'm so
5 stars all day.
bro. I'm so happy we got this phone thing situated.
Y'all don't understand, man. Y'all don't understand.
And all I got to do is just hit that little thing right there. Boom.
Y'all don't understand.
All right, here we go.
Savings of sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Damon, was a big discussion on Friday, and I got to get your quick opinion on this one.
Okay.
Who got more hits, Drake or Chris Brown?
I saw that. It legit caused me. I stopped and was like, "Damn." I think the answer is Drake. I think.
So this is one of the metrics I use, and we'll get into all the stuff that we talked about. But they have Apple Essentials playlists on Apple Music, and I'm sure they got it on Tidal and Spotify. It's basically the best songs from a particular artist. And if you're a good artist, you have like 15 to 20 songs on that playlist, right? If you're a legend, you've got 30 to 40 songs. Chris Brown has 40 songs on his Apple Music Chris Brown Essentials.
Okay.
Drake has 77.
Goodness gracious.
Drake is a monster. It's not close.
I can't lie, too. I dug the Drake from State Farm commercial.
You know, I was very down on all the commercials and have been for years, but it was cool to see Drake in the Drake from State Farm. That was creative.
I thought that was good. I thought they did a good job with that. I'm not going to pretend like I paid a ton of attention to the commercials. I really didn't.
They were bad.
That one caught my attention, and I was amused by it. I thought they did a good job with that.
That one and Tracy Morgan. I thought Tracy Morgan was pretty good too.
Yeah, that I don't remember what it was for. But I remember seeing Tracy Morgan in a bathrobe.
About it.
Thinking,
and basically his whole thing was like, it should be pretty good or whatever the case may be. And every time he said that, it was something that went terribly wrong. It really caught my eye when they did Joey Bosa. And they were like, it should be okay if we park in Joey Bosa's spot and he lifts the car over or whatever. So I thought those are the only two that stood out to me.
Yeah,
the commercials have sucked for the last 2 decades. I don't even know why people still talk about them.
Well, I was concerned that there were going to be there was only one really big. Like I remember when a truck. I don't remember if it was last year, the year before. It was in recent years where a truck commercial had like an MLK speech playing over the top of it, and it's like, yo,
yeah, it was like GMC or something.
Like, no, you can't have that. Like, no, you can't have that. And then I think it was like Jeep or something that had, you know, the unity message for the country. Like, oh yeah, hey, go buy our Jeep. Like, no, don't do that.
Stop.
Let's not do that. We'll dive into the Super Bowl, the actual game coming up here in a few minutes when Robert Turbin joins us, Super Bowl champion with the Seattle Seahawks. He'll be with us at 1:00. Has done a ton of work with the homeboy Marshall Harris and Sarah Hodges over at CBS 13 through the course of this football season. So I'm excited to get his thoughts on the game last night. But before we get to football, and I promise you we've got a ton more Sacramento Kings on the way, we were talking about that Los Angeles Clippers game from January 20th. You were referencing De'Aaron Fox's post-game remarks about it's hard to be great, and that was just another that was the 4th straight loss for the Sacramento Kings. Things were going bad for them, and there has been a shift in the 8 games since then. Of course, they're 7-1, but you just spoke about how the half-court offense feels significantly more sustainable than it did, than any style of play that they did, during that stretch of ball with Dave Yeager.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 8 games, KC, the Sacramento Kings are scoring 115 points per game while giving up 109.3.
Wow.
Now, for context purposes, prior to the Knicks game, they were a league worst 123. I think it was 123.3 points per game their defense was giving up.
That's insane.
That is a dramatic improvement over the stretch of 8 games. And you're at a certain point now where at first it was like, okay, you played the Knicks. The Knicks have the lowest scoring offense in the league. Like you kind of you could figure that out on your own. Orlando, Steve Clifford, there's a certain way that they're going to play. But now we're 8 games into this. Yeah. It's no longer who they're playing as the reason why those point totals are down. It's the fact that this defense is now executing.
Now, let me get this straight over here. Now, that's that 109. Mm-hmm. That's what they're giving up over that span.
Over that span. Yep.
Okay. Where are they at overall? Have they put a dent into that overall?
I'm sure they have. Let me see if I can gather that here in a matter of seconds. I can. Yeah, they put a dent into it. Yeah, not a big one. They're still giving up.
Bottom.
I mean, that's
worse in the game.
That's got to be close to it. Yeah, I have them at 118. Is that where you have them on 118.2?
Yeah, 118, and there's only 2 teams worse than them right now.
Washington's got to be 1.
Yeah, and take a guess at the other one. You'll get it if you think about it.
Is it No, I don't know. Is it Atlanta? Oh, Brooklyn, of course. Yeah, Brooklyn. Of course, they're a disaster defensively, but I guess when you've got that much talent on the offensive end.
But I mean, it's like you said, the stretch of basketball they're putting together defensively, that looks sustainable. I don't think they're this defensive juggernaut, but the way they're playing defense right now is how they can continue to play. Where they can get stops, they can go on runs where if you're not efficient that night offensively, if you're their opponent, they can stop you, rebound, hold you to one shot, things of that nature. Nobody says they're going to be the 94 Knicks or even the 2021 Knicks. I don't think they're that, but they're so much better than the 123 that they were giving up earlier this year. So yeah, it's good stuff.
And I want to put a bug in your ear, particularly for a conversation, later today. As we mentioned, we're with you until 4:00 today. Once you start to look at, the Sacramento Kings are 12-11 right now. Mm-hmm. Golden State Warriors are sitting in the 8th spot at 12-11. You have Portland at 12-10. You have Denver 12-10. You have San Antonio at 13-10. You have Phoenix at 13-9. Now when you're talking about if you start to have a legitimate conversation about the Sacramento Kings and the playoffs, it doesn't necessarily have to be framed as oh my God, the Sacramento Kings are playing so good, they're going to make the playoffs. It's no, look at the entirety of the Western Conference and realize, the Sacramento Kings are like a sneeze and a cough away from the 4th seed. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That's the shape of the conference right now. And so I want you to think about this for the next few minutes before we, dive into Super Bowl 55 and talk with Robert Turbin and all of that. What do the Sacramento can the Kings make a run at a 7, 8, 9, hell 10 in the postseason with the roster that they have now, or as the trade deadline approaches coming up here in March, do they need to acquire something? Is there a certain type of player that they need to acquire? Is there a certain type of addition that they need to make? Mm-hmm. So I want you to keep all of those things in mind and realize when we're talking about playoffs and the Kings, the proper context is the nature of the Western Conference. Yeah. And the Sacramento Kings are right there in the mix, as are the Houston Rockets, who are 11-11, as are the Memphis Grizzlies, who are 9-9. Quite honestly, no one has played themselves out of it, with the exception of the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think, who are 6-17. That's a team that's not going to turn things around. Dallas is 10-14. I think they've got a run in them. I don't know how big that run is going to be. Yeah. I don't know to what degree that run is going to be. Oklahoma City is 10-12. Same with them. I think that's kind of who they are right now, is in the vicinity of 500, maybe a little bit below. But when you realize the teams around them, you can see, hey, the Kings, they might have a chance at doing something here. You'll also hear what Buddy Hield had to say about Luke Walton as the show progresses. We've got 3 more hours with you. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. Your Sacramento Kings have won 4 straight, winning back-to-back games over the weekend. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win Super Bowl 55 in dominant fashion. Patrick Mahomes never getting going. They just couldn't establish that normal offense. The run, we talked about teams making runs here. The run that you kept thinking was going to happen, whether it's down by 10 versus Tennessee, whether it's down by 24 against the Houston Texans, or down however many, 10 in the Super Bowl against the San Francisco 49ers, the run never came.
Yeah.
And that's a credit to Todd Boyles, it's a credit to Bruce Arians, it's a credit to that Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, and it's a credit to Tom Brady.
Yeah, man. What happened yesterday in the Super Bowl? I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier, but we predicted a blowout. We didn't see it being this way, but that's minor details. But I mean, they handled Patrick Mahomes in that offense. And I'm not trying to bring it back to the 49ers or nothing like that. But since then, we haven't seen it like that in the Super Bowl for 3 quarters. They were able to close it out, unlike the San Francisco 49ers. But between those 2 teams and those 2 performances, it seems like we got a blueprint now. And that doesn't mean Patrick Mahomes still can't be great, or he still can't do the great things that he does. But the most effective way to go about it is if you have a front 4 that you can rush with and get immense pressure on. What they had him running crazy last night. You see the stat they had him running for
497 yards.
That's crazy.
Yep.
If you can get pressure with the front 4 and drop 7, I mean, not just Patrick Mahomes, but anybody, that's a problem. And Patrick Mahomes, as good as we think he is, and we know he is, he's still a human, right? He's still going to have problems with certain things, and when he's trying to get something done. So Todd Bowles and that defense executed to perfection. I thought that the Buccaneers offense was very precise. It wasn't explosive, but they took the will of that Chiefs defense as the game went along. And also the Chiefs just unraveled, with a few questionable calls here or there. When I talk about mental focus and mental toughness all the time with the Sacramento Kings, that Chiefs defense, whether you thought the calls were the right calls or not, I mean, they just unraveled mentally as that was going on in the first half.
It's also, I think we talked about this leading into the Super Bowl weeks ago. It really is extraordinary that the Bucs beat Drew Brees in New Orleans. They beat Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And then they go on to beat Patrick Mahomes. It happens to be in Tampa, but they beat Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. That's how this team won the Super Bowl, by knocking off, we believe, Patrick Mahomes' trajectory is going to have him in the all-time great quarterback conversations. The other 2 are undeniable. It's like that final this stretch of football for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with Tom Brady as their leader, feels like the final scene of Godfather 1. On his way to the Super Bowl, he's settling all family business. Yeah. I don't care what Drew Brees records he holds. I don't care how many times he eclipses me in the touchdown mark and I eclipse him. I'm taking him out on the way to my 7th Super Bowl. Y'all have been proclaiming Aaron Rodgers the guy. You've been proclaiming Aaron Rodgers as the best quarterback in the NFL. Why I have been winning Super Bowls. I'm settling all family business today. He gets to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. His godfather's being his goddaughter's being baptized, and he's taking out one last enemy on the way. This was Michael Corleone at his finest right here.
That's GOAT talk right there, man. That's GOAT talk right there. I mean, that we laughed at Tony Romo and was like, you're out of your mind. But Mahomes would have to at this point now, he'd have to do so much to be considered the greatest of all time. Tony Romo was right. This probably was the biggest game he'd ever play.
Yeah. Nah, that's legit, man. Let's bring in the homeboy Turbo, Robert Turbin. here with us with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Turbo, thanks for joining us, my man. How are you?
I'm doing well. About yourself? Can you guys hear me okay?
We've got you, brother, man. We hear you loud and clear. What shut down Patrick Mahomes yesterday? What did Todd Boyles do so well that was able to shut down Patrick Mahomes?
Well, it was a game that we went on up front. Anybody who watched it knows that probably and understands that, Mahomes played against probably the best for he's seen all season. And so because of that,
I think we got a little. That's all right, Turbo. I think we got a little connection issue with you as well. Let's try to bring you back up and see if we got you a little cleaned up. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So it was up for the game up front. I thought the rest of the defensive line was one of the best defensive lines that they've seen all season. Mahomes really hasn't been under the rest.
You know what, Turbo? We're having a hard time with your connection. Let's just try to get you on the phone if that works, man. Let's see if we can get you on the phone, Turbo, and continue this conversation. We apologize for that. You know how the internet works, man. We're talking with Robert Turbin here, Super Bowl champion, by the way. Robert Turbin here with us on Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320. We're gonna get Turbo on the phone here in just a heartbeat. Jesse will give us the thumbs up when Turbo's ready. But, there are so many different things to break apart with that game last night, KC, and none of them more than the stat that you just gave a moment ago that Patrick Mahomes was running all over the place.
Man, it was
before
crazy.
He even knew what was going on.
It was crazy the way he was running for his life the entire night. And it really got to a whole nother level once the game kind of got, I don't want to say out of hand, but there was no, are they going to run or are they going to pass type situation. It was all drop back and pass. And those defensive linemen for the Bucs were able to just pin their ears back and go for broke. And we talked about earlier in the week about how I know I kind of dismissed it. I recognized it, but I dismissed it about the defensive line and losing Eric Fisher and some of the reshuffling they had to do. And that could be an issue. But I was like, nah, they'll overcome that. For one game, they'll overcome it. Maybe they won't be able to handle it for a whole half of a year or something, but for one game, they'll figure it out. I mean, that was the biggest part of the game yesterday, in all honesty. I mean, they had no answer for what Tampa Bay was bringing as far as those four guys on the defensive line.
And what was interesting to me too is, we had a conversation on Friday about at what point will people stop cheering Patrick Mahomes? And it felt like the fact that Bleacher Report was tweeting out highlights of near completions. It's like, you know what? That might be the start of it. That might be the start of the Patrick Mahomes heel turn right there. Let's bring Robert Turbin back in with us. Turbo, thanks, man. We apologize for that mess up on the internet connection, but let's dive back into this conversation. What did you see that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did so well yesterday?
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize as well. I don't think that was your fault. I think that was some of my end. But in regards to, I appreciate your patience. But in regards to the game, I agree with what you guys are talking about. That front four, the game was really won up front. We knew that the Kansas City Chiefs were going to be at a disadvantage with some offensive linemen going out. Obviously, Fisher tearing his Achilles there was a big loss for them. The right tackle had to go to left tackle, and that can be really awkward for an offensive lineman. He's been pushing off that left leg all season long, all throughout his career, and all of a sudden he's got to flip over to the left side and start pushing off that right leg. It seems like a simple thing, but it's really not. It can be really complicated and awkward for guys who have to adjust and move to other positions. So it was a huge loss, and you can see the effect. Mahomes is under pressure all day. I don't think he'd faced any pressure like that all season long, really. I thought that was probably the best front four that he's faced all season long, and certainly throughout his playoff career as a starting quarterback. And he definitely felt that. And so when you can get pressure on Patrick Mahomes without having to blitz an extra guy, you can use those extra guys in coverage as a spy, etc. on defense. It certainly gives your defense an advantage. And Coach Bowles and that defense over there took advantage of it.
Robert, I mean, it's as much as we love Patrick Mahomes and we think the world of him, we think he's on his way to being one of the all-time greats. He's still a human, right? And he's still a quarterback. And if you are able to get pressure with 4 and drop 7 back, I mean, that's going to be hard for anybody, whether it's Mahomes, Brady, doesn't matter who you are. If you can do that, that seems to be the blueprint to stop a lot of quarterbacks out there, including Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, 100%. And, obviously with a guy like Brady or Roethlisberger, who's not as mobile as he used to be, some of those pocket quarterbacks, a little bit of an easier target than the mobile guys. But if you can contain the mobile guys with just your front 4 and not allow those guys to get outside, you saw Mahomes kind of sneak out to his left a couple times, but for the most part, that was contained. They contained the edge. And when you can do that against a mobile quarterback, it certainly gives you an advantage. And we saw it on Sunday. The other thing to keep in mind, too, about this game that I didn't even realize while watching it was, the Chiefs did beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers earlier in the season. And it wasn't a very good game by the Buccaneers. And there was some showmanship going on from the Chiefs. And when you're talking about pro sports, you're talking about guys who are playing at the highest level. They don't forget things like that. Those add into motivation. I can't wait to see these guys later on in the season. I hope we see these guys in the Super Bowl because of the way that they embarrassed us on national TV. And you saw a little bit of that with the Buccaneers, especially on defense yesterday.
Are those talking points, Turbo, in the locker room? Like, did you think that was something that was discussed? Like, hey, we saw them. I don't think they've lost a game since then, by the way, since they played the Chiefs that first time around. Is that a talking point in the locker room when you're going to see a team that got the best of you the first time around?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you go home after a loss like that, you all you have is each other. Everybody's looking at each other in the locker room, coaching staff and everything, and it's now what? And the most important thing that you're going to do in a situation like that is respond. How are we going to respond to this sort of game? We know we're a better team than this. We've worked hard enough, but it just hasn't turned out on the field. But I'll tell you what, you talk about fans and people who are into games, marking games on their calendars, players doing that. If you get an opportunity to see another team down the road that pretty much embarrassed you early in the season, you're going to mark that on your calendar. You're going to talk about that amongst each other, and you're going to be ready to play.
Turbo, I was watching this game and I something really stuck out to me during the game and really in the first half is the reaction by the Honey Badger, by Breland to some of these calls. And essentially, in my opinion, I could be wrong. You could bait it here and there, but I thought they were all pretty legit aside from the one off the Matthew interception that was called a hold on, I think it was Ward or something like that. But other than that, I thought they were legit calls. But even more than that, it felt like specifically on the defensive end, the Chiefs players begin to unravel, and mentally they were getting just they weren't there mentally because of some of the calls that were going on. And could you just kind of speak to the fact, I thought that's when they lost to the game early on. Can you speak to the fact of being able to have to hold your composure there and stay focused on the task at hand, even if you think you're getting the raw deal by the referees?
Yeah. Well, I'll say two things. Number one, about the referees, it's hard to be in their position, but one thing I'll just say about the ruling is, I don't know what happened to the uncatchable rule. When there's a pass interference, but the ball is uncatchable, it seems like they don't even, and I'm not saying, some of these calls should went one way or the other, but it just seems like they don't even debate it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even remember they used to get together and say, was that catchable? Do you guys think that was catchable?
Right.
I don't think that was catchable. No flag, right? It seems like now once they throw a flag as it pertains to pass interference, they go with it. And I think that's something that they should review a little bit more this offseason, those uncatchable balls. But as far as the composure aspect is concerned, regarding the Kansas City defense, you got to remember what type of team they are. They're an explosive team. Mm-hmm. Their defense is not a sustainably dominant defense, but they're an opportunistic defense, meaning that they're playmakers. It's almost like when, Tyreek Hill goes deep for 50, for a touchdown. Like, that's the kind of defense that they are too. A tip off a pick, which they made. They made some of those plays that aren't common, an interception off a pick, or maybe a sack fumble, whatever it was, right? But then they'd get a holding penalty or something like that. So it just seemed like every time they got ready to make a play, especially on defense, it got taken away from them. And eventually, it doesn't even come down to composure anymore. You're just getting the air sucked out of you. At the end of the day, by the fourth quarter, it's like, man, every time we make a play, we make a mistake, and they capitalize on it. We just can't stop these guys, And then it didn't help that on the offensive side of the ball, which, this team, they feed off each other offensively and defensively, don't they? Yeah. And it's like, well, shoot, usually if the defense can't get something going on, the offense finds a way to make an explosive play. And then if the offense can't get something going, the defense makes an opportunistic play on their side. They kind of get that momentum going. They didn't have those kind of plays throughout the football game, and that's why they only scored 9 points. That's what held them back so much.
Man, that's great insight, Robert, man. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for carving out a few minutes for us, man. We really appreciate it.
No worries, man. Thanks
appreciate
for having
you, Turbo.
That's our guy, Robert Turbin there, Super Bowl champion. He's had the distinction of going against Tom Brady and those old Patriots teams, man, so he can speak about playing those games at the absolute highest level. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Super Bowl, and we've got more Kings basketball to talk about as they've got another big test right around the corner against the Philadelphia 76ers. Lots more coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All clear.
Yeah.
So, Dame, we got to get to the comments too, but I wanted to mention you because we talk about wrestling pretty much every show. And I finished Yokozuna, phenomenal, great. But did you see that clip that I posted on Saturday of Macho Man talking about fighting Hulk Hogan for real?
Oh, yeah, when he was the rapper. Yeah.
Yeah. And I watched it, and the Macho Man was being whatever his real name was, but he was the Macho Man.
Yeah, no, he I think I must have taken that down. He came through KSFM with DJ Cool when he was a rapper. And it's weird because he's still, you're right, like he's toned him, like he tones himself down a little bit, but he's still the Macho Man. And he's like cutting a promo, and he went into this whole thing about Hogan where he was talking like in a very like turned down Macho Man way. It was really weird to hear him. Like he shredded, like he seemed, and I of course it comes from Hogan and you don't know what to believe about him, but it's always been said that him and Hogan and Savage like made peace before
I don't think so.
Savage died. Man, Savage hated him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hated him.
Yeah, he had a problem, but I found it.
Lust in your eyes, brother. Lust in your eyes. You got lust for Elizabeth, brother.
The Damien Macho Man is always great. I thought it was riveting that even like he obviously because he's good at what he did. There was some wrestling to what he was doing, but that was pretty much who he was, though. Yeah. Like the voice, the intensity. It led me down a rabbit hole of watching his video on WWE or whatever. And no, the Macho Man you saw him wrestling was like that's who he was. Yep. That was that man.
Yep.
So that was crazy. Warren, you got that shit.
I am who I am, brother.
Then you go, you see, you got this broom here, brother. You got this broom here, brother. And I'm going to tell you right now, Macho Man Randy Savage, he's got it for you, brother. I'm going to sweep you out. I don't know as good of a Macho Man as
he cut the promo with the coffee cream in his hand. And he's like, the cream of the crop. And he just throws it away.
That's what he did like a handful of times when they went through his things. He'd have something and just throw it or throw it at Mean Gene or something like that.
Man, what is this dude doing?
Crazy.
Oh,
Hey, Skip, what you talking about? Keep bringing in them
Seahawks in.
Right, yeah, Turbo gonna have to come back on, and we're gonna have to have a discussion. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to have a discussion because I need to know what's going on in that locker room. Because there was no love over here. There was no love over here in that locker room. Dog.
I see ya.
Feelings.
Kenny's all in his feelings.
What's they talking about? Oh, they were talking about greatest of all time. Russell in there. Roy Jones, I must have forgot. Oh, Brady to Gronk. Look. Oh, okay. No, you're going to talk about Gronk. I don't even say nothing now. We're going to bring it on wax. I'm just going to say, before Damian gets there, I actually thought it was pretty cool. Brady to Gronk.
Yeah, we are thrilled that you are here with us. My man Josh says over at D'Lo and KC on Twitter. So I know the Super Bowl was yesterday, and we need to discuss that, but I need a heavy dose of Sacramento Kings discussion today. These guys are balling.
Come on, baby.
And it feels fun to be a fan again. Josh, you know you're in the right place, baby. We appreciate all the support, and we're talking a whole lot of Kings today and a little bit of the Super Bowl as well. As a matter of fact, let's just continue this conversation we were having off the air before we dive back into the Kings, and we're going to go one-on-one here in just a heartbeat. If you're just tuning in, we're with you all the way until 4 o'clock, so don't go anywhere, man. You've got us for the day. The Rob Gronkowski thing. So there's a couple of things as I look at Brady, and I guess we've kind of analyzed the game. We had Turbo analyze the game, but let's make sure what Brady did was really incredible. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge Patrick Mahomes fan, but I'm also a huge Russell Wilson fan, and I appreciate greatness. And Tom Brady is just that. Like, he's great. The accomplishment of winning more Super Bowls than any individual franchise has is extraordinary. The fact that what he has done in his career, essentially going to the Super Bowl like every other year, his entire career, the pace of every other year, his entire career, is absolutely extraordinary as well. It bothers me a little bit because I feel like he's covered differently than someone like LeBron James. And Robert Gronkowski wouldn't be a Buck if it wasn't for Tom Brady. Antonio Brown wouldn't be a Buck if it wasn't for Tom Brady. Those guys scored a combined, I think, 3 touchdowns. Did Antonio Brown score a touchdown yesterday?
Yep.
Gronk scored 2. That's 21 points right there. And I don't know if Leonard Fournette would have been a Tampa Bay Buccaneer or not without Tom Brady. But it feels like when LeBron brings guys to bolster his roster a little bit, he gets criticized for it. Whereas Brady does it, it's like, oh, Brady's a great general manager. And you know what? It's fine. It's all good. None of that bothers me. But I'm going to tell you who's got me in my feelings a little bit. And it's my fault. It's no one's fault but my own.
Okay.
And it's Rob Gronkowski. Because I watched Rob Gronkowski stand on the stage like with tears in his eyes and a shaky voice talking about, you guys don't know what I've been through. Like football, just it wasn't fun. It was hard and it hurt me and I'm just in such a better place. And week after week after week, I watched every talking head try to convince Rob Gronkowski to come out of retirement and go help Tom Brady because he didn't have any help. And week after week, you'd see all these different analysts. Well, if he had a Rob Gronkowski type out there, if Gronk isn't doing anything and he wants to come back, Tom Brady could use him. It's like, did y'all just not listen to him? Did y'all not hear how badly he was hurt? Did y'all hear him talk about concussions? Did y'all hear him talk about his need to be away? Mm-hmm. And then, Tommy needs me? Oh, okay, here I come. So he got me in my feelings a little bit with his whole, okay, I'm coming out of retirement to go play in Tampa Bay with touchdown Tommy. Now he's already talking about playing again next year. It's like, wait a minute. Where was the guy on the stage who was, selling the CBD cream to everybody who was hurt and emotional about playing football? Who was the guy who was talking about the concussions? Who was the guy who was talking about his fear of long-term where did that guy go? Was football only not fun in New England? Because that might be an entirely different conversation that has been co-signed by a number of former people who played in New England. That's one thing, but you didn't frame it as New England. You framed it as football. So I got in my hey, I'm happy for Gronk. He's got 4 Super Bowl rings. He played a huge part in what they were able to do yesterday. I applaud him for that. But his whole return to the football field had me in my feelings a little bit because I was trying to tell people to leave the man alone. He said he didn't want to play football anymore.
Oh, Damian, I mean, could there be something for the fact, that he tried life without football for a year? And was it a year or 2 years?
Yeah, I don't.
Might have been 2.
I think it was 2.
Yeah,
I think it was
might have been 2.
Yeah,
and he, same thing we saw with Jason Witten. Like, oh yeah, I'm done. I'm worried about my health, and
if Twitter didn't exist, Jason Witten would have kept his job as the Monday Night Football analyst.
But even if he wouldn't have lost that job, or even him losing it, he didn't have to come. Well, I'm saying he didn't have to come back to play football. You know what I'm saying? But
what else? The Raiders paid him. What else you gonna do?
But same thing with the Bucs, though, and Gronk.
I guess.
I thought I understand what you're saying. I thought I sat there, and I'm not a Brady guy. You know what I mean? I don't hate him, but I'm not in love with Brady. Wasn't even really in love with Gronk because I felt
he was only out 1 season, by the way. But go ahead.
1 season, okay. But I always felt I forgot who I necessarily compared it to, but there's something that we would talk about all the time. When Gronk does something, it's cute and lovable. When player X does something, it's a distraction and he's a thug or something like that.
He got a pass. Yeah,
absolutely. So I always felt that type of way about Gronk and his antics. And to be honest with you, it's no fault of Gronk. Like, he doesn't cover himself. Like, he was just doing what he did.
And I could never figure out what it was. I didn't know if it was because he would make 69 jokes that would get laughed at. And it was like, is it because he's white? Is it because he's Gronk? Is it because he's a Patriot? Is it because he plays with Tom Brady? Like, what exactly is the reason? Because let Cam make the joke.
Come on now.
Let Cam make that same joke. Like, what's the response?
Come on now. Come on. Definitely not the same.
So and that's the thing that used to bother me. I used to call it Gronk privilege because I couldn't, because I really don't think it's exclusively white privilege. I would have called it out for that. I think there is some element to the fact that he played for the Patriots. He played with Bill Belichick. He played with Tom Brady, and he wins. And you get a different type of pass when you win.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I always felt some type of way about Gronk because of that. But with all that being said, I thought it was pretty cool last night.
Okay.
When he scored that first touchdown, I said, "Oh, Gronk!" And to think about, once again, coming from somebody that has not romanticized Tom Brady or Rob Gronkowski, but to think about what they gone through in Buffalo, and they were teammates, they were close, and for them to come back around and do it again, I thought after the first touchdown, I was like, man, I sat there and I think he even tweeted out. I said, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then when they got the second touchdown, I was like, wow, 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they're gonna do this. A part of me thought it was pretty cool. Can't lie.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad at that sentiment. Like I'm not mad at anything that happened yesterday. Yeah. I just needed to get
me neither.
That little Gronk thing.
Me neither. You know what, Damien? You know what was clear to me? As this game played along?
Lord.
Is that, we talked about on Friday why I wasn't really into the Super Bowl or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
For me personally, I found out that it came down to the fact that I'm not crazy about Tom Brady, but also I'm definitely not crazy about the Kansas City Chiefs. And as that game went along,
imagine why.
And they started, getting all riled up and throwing their temper tantrums and all this and complaining about calls, I started to get the same smile that you see on my face right now. And I was like, what one of my older family members say, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, huh? You don't like not getting them calls now, huh? Or the referee's not going your way.
Whose mess is this? I really need to
Let's get to Big Al here. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what's good, baby?
Thank you, man. I got a bunch of stuff. First of all, I got to throw out a compliment to your Sacramento Kings. Man, they're on fire.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Remember, I said that goofball thing, and you laughed at me and said, oh, maybe the Kings 4th or 5th seed. Oh, well. And then, and so I looked, I thought, man, the Kings are sneaking up. I said, wait a second, they're still a 9th seed. I said, wow. I thought they had been, I just guessed. I thought, oh, they'd probably be about 7th by now. So I said, they still got some work to do. But, man, De'Aaron Fox, I mean, who's playing better than that guy in the last week or two?
Nobody except for maybe Giannis.
Yeah. Nobody. By the way, the Kings are only a game and a half out of 4th place right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
I've already looked at the schedule, too.
After the Super Bowl, your guest hit it.
Is there a device that's about to detonate?
You like, what is this, sadly, on our part.
Big Al.
The Bucs offensive line just so outplayed the Kansas City defensive line. The way they ran the ball and all the
Big Al,
Brady
can he not hear us? Al, are you in an exploding device? Are you safe?
I gotta ask you. I don't know anything you just said. I'm trying to figure out if you're the equalizer or not.
Oh,
are you the equalizer?
I'm sorry. The wife was banging on me. I had to back the big truck up because we're getting a bunch of vendor board on the landscape. So I apologize.
No, that's not. I think you're the equalizer. I think you really are.
Yeah. Oh, we got new Queen Latifah in, by the way. Yeah. The Queen is coming out with some pistola action. Yeah. Denzel was okay, but if you didn't see, all right, for old school people, now you brought that up. If you didn't see Woodward as the equalizer way back in the day, I mean, he was unbelievable for only 2 or 3 seasons on TV. It was a great series, and he's a fabulous actor. And so, yeah, Denzel, of course, did a great job. So,
how old are you, Al?
That offensive line, golly, and there's some nasty dudes. It was funny. I remember when they played the Saints, and they just got into it, and I thought these guys play offensive line like the old Raiders used to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Jansen, is that what his name is? Yeah.
Like John Madden always used to say, the big uglies, right? And this is the thing that Sabian, even though I don't like him, right, and Belichick are great at. They take guys, they get top guys, but they really make them into unbelievable linemen, both offense and defense.
Absolutely.
That's why they had Kansas City so outclassed. And the only hope I thought is if Mahomes' little toe, his little baby toe or biggie toe or whatever, then roll him out like Joe Theismann used to do when he got himself time, and he made a whole fabulous career of doing that. But they had, and then the Chiefs. Come on, besides Tyreek,
get back to work, Al. Your wife is not going to be pleased. Get back to work.
All right.
We'll holler at you, Big Al.
I'm just glad he wasn't in an exploding device. I was like, I don't know how we're going to explain this to the FCC.
Big Al was calling D-Lo and KC while trying to stop a bomb from going
and
off.
not even listening to it. Like, he didn't hear a single thing we said. Like Al was the guy on the phone who you see this sometimes where they hold the phone up to their mouth like it's a microphone.
And don't have us on speakerphone.
They can't hear am response coming from us, but just has the microphone up to his mouth. God bless him.
But it's funny that Big Al brought up the big uglies on the offensive line because another thing that came to me watching this game, sorry, Rich, is the Chiefs aren't very likable. Like, I loved what Winfield did to Tyreek Hill, throwing up the piece, throwing up the deuce at the end of the game. Because Tyreek will do flips and do all this other stuff from the game. And from what I can tell, Tyreek hasn't said anything crazy about it. He wasn't trying to fight him after he did that. He took it like a man.
He knows what it is. Yeah.
But they give a lot. What's my man's name? Clark seems like a complete jerk. No, I'm not a Frank Clark guy. And Jones seems like a jackass. You know what I mean? They're not a very likable group.
Okay.
I like Kelsey. I like Mahomes. Andy Reid is likable. Eric Bieniemy, obviously. No, I didn't feel bad for any Chief last night. I like Tyrann Mathieu, but I know a lot of people might not.
Well, I was reading they had him and Brady had an exchange after a text exchange after the game was over, complimenting each other and apologizing for the nonsense on the field, and I think that was instigated by Tom Brady. So that's
yeah. And I love the Honey Badger, I really do. But he's one of those guys that he was unhinged yesterday. He completely lost it
a little bit,
and that's one of the leaders out there.
Yeah.
And you know how I am on leadership, man. One of your leaders out there unhinged, the rest will follow.
We'll talk more about the Super Bowl as the day rolls along. We'll have the discussion about greatest athletes and where Brady fits on that. And another question that I kind of want to throw at you is expectations and how much expectations weigh into greatness. So those are things that we'll all have for you as the day rolls along. We're with you till 4:00. We're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings here in just a couple of minutes, including what they can do, what should they do, what will they do, do they need to do anything to potentially round out this roster? Because again, context is important. A playoff run here, 23 games into a 72-game season, looks very doable, especially when you realize what the rest of the conference looks like. So we'll talk about all of that, and we'll dive back into the incredible weekend that they had. But first,
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway. 4 topics, 2 arguments, no winners. One-on-one with D-Lo and KC.
man, not related here as we dive into one-on-one for just a couple of seconds. That was the first time De'Aaron Fox named Western Conference Player of the Week, by the way, if you are just tuning in.
Yeah.
That's the first time he's won that. I don't know if you call it an award, a distinction. It's the first time he's ever been named the Western Conference Player of the Week.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. It's
yeah.
And I guess that's just us being in our bubble. I guess it's in my head, it's hard to believe, but I guess he's never had a stretch like this. As we noted just a minute ago, or not just a minute ago, like an hour ago, he had 36 points against the Clippers. He's had 3 35-point games in the last 10 games, and he only had 1 in the first 218 games of his career.
I can believe it, man. I never looked at Fox as being this type of scorer. And to a certain extent, I still don't. I don't expect him to average 28, 30 points a game. I don't as that type of player. But I mean, to see that he has the ability on any given night to maybe kind of be that aggressive on the offensive end to get to those numbers, that's a great sight to see. I also want to point out, Conference Player of the Week, it's not the MVP, it's not an all-star, nothing like that, but those don't just randomly happen. The big boys usually get those awards, man. The big boys really get those even the player that you would think like maybe some run-of-the-mill guys would get Player of the Weeks mentioned more often, but I'd have to look at it. I don't feel like it happens that often. It's like between like 8 to 10 guys who end up getting these Player of the Weeks. And then for him to crack that ceiling, it's pretty good.
Just look who got it on the Eastern Conference side. The guy who won the last 2 Most Valuable Player of the Year awards. So it is, we've seen, I think Jokic won Player of the Month, I think. So like you see where these awards go. Yeah. And hell, we saw Jokic, score 50, losing effort, but he scored 50 on Saturday against the Kings.
Yep.
I mean, so like that's the company that De'Aaron Fox is in right now, and it's just extraordinary. And I can't wait to talk more about him as this show progresses. We'll dive back into the Kings in just a couple of minutes. Prior to the game yesterday, though, Adam Schefter's Twitter was afire, talking about a Carson Wentz trade. Expect it soon. Soon being this week. Carson Wentz is going to be out of Philadelphia sometime this week. Rumors are, allegedly, the Eagles are seeking this was not a phrase I would think I would utter, a Matt Stafford-like deal.
Okay. Jeez. So now he's got his own deal, huh?
Apparently he does, which included multiple ones stretched out over a couple of years and a quarterback in return, which is the interesting part about all of this. So I'll ask you, Kenny Caraway, where does Carson Wentz land this week?
Well, I got some intel. I got people on the streets, and I'm hearing Chicago might be the place. Manny, what up? Carson Wentz.
Just
Chicago.
I'm sorry. Is the serial connection your? Is that your ear to the streets?
That's not my ear to the
Is that
street.
your source?
It's actually some Eagles reporter that said they were close.
Serial
on
connection.
Saturday.
So you say it seemed like the heavy favorites were Chicago and Indianapolis. This is a long-term move for a team acquiring Carson Wentz specifically because of his deal. This isn't a one-off. This isn't, in NBA terms, this isn't an expiring contract.
Right.
You're getting Carson Wentz for a while, and it's going to cost you. Like, you're trading for Carson Wentz with the belief of he is your quarterback. Like, he is your guy. And the question, obviously, the team trading for him has already answered, but the question that we have to ask as neutral parties, assuming, of course, he's not coming to San Francisco or for the Raider fans out there, that we're all, neutral parties to this, is Carson Wentz closer to the player we saw in that MVP caliber season that the Eagles won the Super Bowl without him, or is he closer to the quarterback that we saw last season?
I think he's clearly closer to the player that we saw last season.
Oh,
I mean, and that doesn't mean and to answer your question though, Damian, he's closer to that, not closer to the MVP. That doesn't mean, when I say that doesn't mean he'll be bad. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that he can't be a serviceable quarterback.
Pretty bad last year.
No, he was, but I don't think he's not getting back anywhere near that MVP form. He's not.
Okay.
And I, at least in my opinion, he could surprise me or prove me wrong. I'd have no problem with that. But I don't think he's getting back to that MVP form. I mean, he's had a back issue. He's had multiple injuries. He's got the torn knee. I don't think he's getting back to that by any means. I think he's more of that guy that we saw last year.
I feel like in maybe it's a team that comes out of nowhere, kind of what the Los Angeles Rams did. But I feel like it's the Bears or the Colts. The only thing with the Colts, though, is the Colts have had a really, really good football team for about 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get a quarterback who can win for them next year, like right now before it's too late. And I don't know if that's Carson Wentz.
It might be, though, because maybe
it is. I don't know.
Or Carson Wentz, I don't know what the O-line situation was with Philadelphia. Maybe you feel you got a better O-line. Yeah, you got a better O-line in Indianapolis, and you can protect them, and you got weapons around them, and that's all he really needs. That could be the case.
Okay.
That could be the case.
All right. What do you got for me?
What do I have for you? Yes. So we're gonna go. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go into the entertainment point of the NFL real quick.
Okay.
And I gotta ask you, The Weeknd. Give me a grade for his performance yesterday at halftime.
I saw The Weeknd at the Golden One Center when we used to have concerts. I know. Long time ago. It looked like a weekend show. I mean, I don't know what that weird camera thing that he was doing, but
Twitter was having a field day with it. That was
for
fun.
like a Super Bowl performance. Did I miss the guest? Did anyone show up with him? Or did I miss it?
No, it was all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like part of the Super Bowl is the big surprise.
Yeah.
And maybe sometimes they stop doing surprises and they just added people, like they felt the need to add Eric Church to the national anthem for reasons known only to them. Yeah, I know. So thanks, Jay-Z. It was fine. I mean, it was a good B plus, like minus B. It was B. It was a B. It was fine. It didn't move me, but
I haven't seen The Weeknd in concert, and when it was to come in 2022, I will going. What I got out of it though is I don't think he'd be that good in concert. I don't think he's a good showman in that respect. But
he's not. You'd have to really like the songs.
Yeah, and this is what I was going to say. But I sat there. This is somebody, I'm not like this huge Weeknd fan, but I was like, new song came on. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, earned it. Oh, Blinding Lights or whatever. Like, man, it's got a catalog going on.
The music,
right now.
yeah, but that's different than seeing a show. Like the show, like I remember about him with like there were a lot of lights in the music. I mean, I think I have a video where the crowd is singing. He ain't even singing. Man, I paid $100 for my ticket and I'm at the Golden One Center singing and not you. Man, I could have done this in the car. Like, that's kind of what the weekend show is.
Yeah.
But it's as long as if you really like his music, you'll enjoy the show. If you're going expecting to like see a show, like if you were like Bruno Mars or something, you ain't gonna get that.
Oh, Bruno, I gotta go see my guy. Bruno. But yeah, man, I
good luck. Every 13-year-old is going to buy the ticket before you even get a chance
I
to.
thought about the 24 Karat Magic Tour. I was like, oh, he came to town. Like, maybe I should try and get some tickets. It was like, by the time I tried, it was literally like $300 a ticket.
The only reason I went to that show is because my sister wanted to go. She bought the tickets, and we couldn't. She lives in San Francisco. She couldn't afford to go to the San Francisco. My sister does very, very well for herself in the Bay Area. She couldn't afford to go to the show in San Francisco, Oakland, or whatever it was. So she came down here and we went together. That's the only reason I saw it.
Was it good though?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It looks like
very
he
good.
put on a good show.
Yeah, it's very good. We need to dive.
I give the weekend a B.
Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I want to get back into the Kings here. I'll throw this one at you because we've got about 60 seconds left. Dak Prescott was left off the Cowboys hype video. They called it an oversight. Believe him?
No.
Is this like, remember, I don't remember if it was the Kings or if it was NBC or who. Remember somebody put out a Kings poster and it didn't have Buddy Hield on it. It had Kyle Guy.
Oh, that was, NBC California did that. Yeah.
So that's what it was for the big season. Like they left out Buddy and put in Kyle Guy.
Game the award in the preseason. Come see Kyle Guy.
Like, well, you ain't coming to see anybody, but like tune in to watch Kyle Guy. Yeah, that was amazing. Let's talk more about the Kings, including what they may need to do to round out this roster. We're not going anywhere. We're with you till 4 o'clock. We're on YouTube. Search for ESPN 1320. We're on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're coming back with more. It's Dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Boy, Big Al was making me nervous.
Big Al with a 24 episode here on D'Lo and KC,
and wasn't hearing a damn word we were saying to him. Not am word.
All right, so I need everybody on the chat here. I need you guys to
stupid.
You guys, I couldn't have guessed. I need you guys to you got to get out of your demographic. The Weeknd is a major star.
Ooh, C
and
minus.
The Weeknd got hits. The Weeknd got hits, man.
Aha. Frank Wright, that's accurate.
We got action.
That is accurate.
Yeah, we got action.
Mm-hmm.
The Weeknd paid $7 million. You think that was a good investment by him?
I don't believe he actually did that.
Record company, whatever.
Yeah, I don't believe he actually did that. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it gets you no matter it gets you in front of 100 million people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I mean, I'm sure there were. I haven't seen the overnights or if they're even out yet, but 100 million people.
I'm blinded by the lights.
Who is the GOAT of WWF/WWE? You know you can't answer that, man.
Give me your answer real quick, Damien, because I got a thought about that. What do you think?
If we're narrowing it down to one, and it's not like who the top 4, the top 5, the Mount Rushmore. If it's narrowed down to one, I think there's only one. It's Hulk Hogan.
I think it's Hulk too.
I think it's
Hulk.
No other answer. I mean,
as we go up the list, and now because I agree with you, it's Hulk. Hulk was he pioneered a lot of like what we see wrestling is today.
Your grandma knows who Hulk Hogan is. That's how I always distinguish it. Like when my grandma was alive, if I asked her, Grandma, do you know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is? She wouldn't know. Say, Grandma, do you know who Hulk Hogan is? Like of course she would know.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I think for a long time, I felt that, going down the line, I thought The Rock was bigger than Stone Cold and better than Stone Cold. As the years have gone on, and you go back and you watch some of this stuff, and you go on WWE Network. I think Stone Cold might be higher than The Rock. Stone Cold was huge.
The time is so look at Roddy's text here with Rock and the question mark. Here's one thing, like I know everyone who in the 80s with Hogan was basically whoever was a star at some point was made for Hogan, right? So whether it was Andre or it was Macho Man or it was Mr. Wonderful or it was the Ultimate Warrior, eventually you were groomed for Hogan. Hell, even the Undertaker. At one point, he was set up for Hulk Hogan at Survivor Series and the Big Tuesday thing that followed.
Yeah.
The Rock, Steve Austin had The Rock, like ascending with him almost at the same trajectory at the same exact time. And so when Austin goes out with a neck injury, The Rock just picks up the ball and continues to run with it. And I mean, Triple H does a great job, and Mick Foley does a great job also.
Sean DX,
but they had each other.
Right.
Like they had each other in that moment. And like Stone Cold was a massive, massive star. Like there's no question about that. And he like was around when the company was completely different. But Hogan was the one who set all of that up to happen with like cartoons and lunch boxes and God only knows how much money I spent on Hulk Hogan when I was a kid, or my mom spent on Hulk Hogan when I was a kid. We got to get back to that. You already know what it is, baby. The show don't go to commercial breaks over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you want to watch along and take part in the conversations that happen during the commercial breaks, because those conversations are lit, and it's really hard to not bring the one that we were just having onto the air. That is a twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube exclusive, and not a day goes by where we don't talk about professional wrestling during commercial breaks. So,
and I thought I knew about wrestling. No. Damien, I just crisscross applesauce, and I just listened to Damien. Damien
is my first love, bro,
and remembers so much more wrestling than I do.
It was lit. Professional wrestling, like Hulk Hogan, it was my first love. Like I loved it before football. I loved it before baseball, before Bo Jackson. I loved it before music. I loved wrestling before I loved anything else.
The knowledge is second to none.
Love me some Coco Beware. Did you get the Coco Beware reference, by the way, from Doug Christie?
Yeah, I was about to say Coco. Yeah, I heard that over the weekend.
Like Doug dropped us like he could have named any wrestler, but he went with Coco Beware. You know why? Because Coco Beware is a real brother. He's a real brother. How I don't have that in the sound bank yet is an absolute
I might put it on mine, man, just to give you room, man.
We each need to have it. Yeah, we each need to have it. We welcome those who are listening and watching. We're going to be with you all the way until 4 o'clock today. We'll be with you 12 to 4 today, 12 to 4 tomorrow. And if you write your local congressman and congresswoman or local elected officials, maybe we could be 12 to 4 more regularly. That's how you get things done. You write letters. It's the old school way.
Absolutely.
Still effective. So write a letter.
When was the last time you wrote a letter?
You know what? I don't write like letters. I write cards like I handwrite thank you cards. So I don't know the last time I saw another living human being. So maybe a year ago was the last time I wrote a card and left it for somebody. So
I'm a weirdo. I still write. I don't write letters, but
it's because you have fantastic penmanship. That's why.
Yeah, thank you. I like to do that as much as possible.
Like you have a notebook like that you can sort back and go back and find out like all your De'Aaron Fox stats that you were throwing out earlier. Me, I have a series of notes on this tiny little yellow paper that I just scribbled. Look at that. That is impressive. That is impressive. That is impressive. I just keep all of my notes on the iPad, and then as we roll along, I just jot them down on this little piece of paper, throw it to the side when we're done. But one conversation that we kind of started earlier that we really need to dive into right now. The Sacramento Kings have won 7 of 8. They've won their last 4. They've had a tremendous stretch here where they've beaten Boston. In shorthanded Boston, fine, not our problem. They beat the Denver Nuggets. No Jamal Murray. Guess what? Not our problem. They beat the Los Angeles Clippers without Paul George. Guess what?
Not our problem.
Ain't our problem. So if Joel Embiid wants to sit out tomorrow night, ain't going to be our problem. Either way, the Kings have won 4 straight. They've won 7 of their last 8, and they're sitting at 12-11 right now. And this conference is really kind of jumbled. Like, you have Utah, who went on that, tremendous run. They went on an 11-game win streak. They lost 1. They've won their next 4. The Los Angeles Lakers have won 4 in a row. That Clippers loss, by the way, to the Sacramento Kings was the first time all year that they've lost 2 games in a row. The Boston Celtics had got him the night before, and I was watching that game like, no. It was the only time I was rooting against Boston. Like, no, like, oh, this sucks. But they wound up, it was the first time they lost back-to-back games. And so once even the Clippers now with those 2 losses, they're sitting at 8 losses. And as you trickle down a little bit, you realize Phoenix is sitting at 13-9 in the 4 spot. And this Western Conference is pretty, scrunched up together a little bit, a little more than quarter way through the season. So the question, start to ask, like, of course, can you talk playoffs? Absolutely. You can talk playoffs anytime that you want to, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't.
Right.
But the question I'll ask is, okay, what do they need? Because I don't know that the combination of Metu and Corey Joseph and Glenn Robinson, and I don't know that that's going to get it done on a regular basis in the 4th quarter. I also don't know if playing Tyrese Haliburton for 12 minutes in the 4th quarter for the remaining 50 games or so, or 49 games, or however many are left, I don't know that that's sustainable either.
Right.
So you probably need to strengthen up that bench a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask you the question. What do you think that the Kings need as the trade deadline approaches? I guess I should frame it first. Would you like to see them make a move? And 2, what type of move do you think they need to make to acquire someone for this roster?
No, I absolutely do think they need to make a move to strengthen this team for this season and beyond. And I look at that bench and I feel like they need 2 things. Once again, I'm not on the hate Kojo bandwagon. I think he's a lot better than people give him credit for. He hasn't played good this year. Don't get it twisted. But he's not as bad as people make him out to be. But with that being said, they got a backup point guard. That would be good too. That would be an upgrade. Also, I think they need a wing scorer. I don't know if it's a 3 or a 2 or a combination of both of the 2 positions. They need a guy that they can score off the bench. Because right now, one of the things that they struggle with is if De'Aaron or Buddy are off the floor, even Harrison in some respects are off the floor, they have a hard time scoring, and that's a lot on Haliburton when he's out there to not only initiate the offense, but also be the one that finishes it a lot of times too. I know it sounds crazy. We just kind of joked about it a little bit. I am not, when Kyle Guy's in the game, I'm not nervous. So I'd like to see him get more minutes. I'd like to see that could be your solution at backup point guard. Once again, you're not asking for somebody to play 25 minutes a night. I think Kyle Guy can give you 15 minutes, off the bench. And he can be that guy that people love with Buddy Hield and everything that can spread the defense, you know what I mean? And give Haliburton room if he's working on pick and rolls and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't mind extending the minutes for Kyle Guy, but I still do think they need some kind of guy. This is the way out there. I don't think they'll get this type of guy or this guy specifically, but like a Terrence Ross. If they can get somebody like that who off the bench provides such explosiveness.
It's because you think he's a better scorer?
Yeah.
Terrence Ross? Okay.
Yeah. He gives you that wing scoring. Right now, you go to the bench. Who's scoring?
Yeah.
Who's putting the ball in the basket?
Yeah. Like Tyrese, it's weird because Tyrese does not feel like he comes off the bench. Like I understand that he does, but he's such an integral part of everything that they do. Like I think when you talk about, how can you bolster the bench? How can you bolster that second unit? Like you're not talking about Tyrese.
Right.
You're talking about everything outside of Tyrese. And
exactly.
Hassan Whiteside, like, I don't know. You kind of win some, you lose some with Hassan Whiteside. Like sometimes he could do some pretty amazing things for you. And sometimes you just look at him like, huh?
Yeah, like yesterday he wasn't there. Yesterday in the 4th quarter, at least he was not there. I said, oh my gosh, get this guy out of here.
Yesterday was very much a type moment for Hassan Whiteside.
Yeah. But in general, I'm pleased with what they've gotten out of Hassan. I think he's fine. That's why I didn't say a big guy, because I think Hassan is fine for what they do off the bench, as a big. So I'm looking more on that wing spot. And if you're not trying to get two guys, maybe put Kyle Guy in, give him more minutes, and then look to get a wing player, wing scorer.
I wonder if, I think it's long been, the belief, before the season started, hell, as recently as a week ago, I think, some Kings fans were ready to ship off virtually everybody that they could that wasn't named De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Haliburton. But Rashawn Holmes is an expiring contract. I absolutely refuse to believe they're going to do anything even remotely close to consider trading him. As we've said on this show for a very, very long time, he should be a Sacramento King in the future. He needs to be a Sacramento King far beyond this season. Corey Joseph is a trade asset that people have talked about since the beginning of the season, as is the continued strange case of Nemanja Bjelica. Whether he has a place with that second unit or not really is irrelevant at this point. I think teams will see him as a four who can stretch, a guy who can open up the floor a little bit, and I would be shocked if a team at least in moderate contention doesn't attempt to make a play for him, because he's just one of those guys who you believe can help, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about teams. And then I guess with that comes, what will the Sacramento Kings mindset be? Will it be, well, let's see if we can acquire draft picks? I can't imagine Belly gets a first-round draft pick. Even a late first-round draft pick, I can't envision he gets that.
Not next year, not 2021, maybe a 2022, 23, but
sure,
not this coming draft.
And I don't even when you realize where the Kings are right now, would you even consider that? And maybe you would for Belly, because Belly's not really playing. He's not playing.
Right.
But for Corey Joseph, who, he's this feels like such a degrading term. He's been serviceable.
Yeah, he's okay. Like if you go on King's Twitter during the game, you would think Corey Joseph is the worst player in the history of Western civilization. He's not. No,
King's Twitter wouldn't do that. That's crazy talk. They wouldn't do that. But I think what King's Twitter does do is they like Kyle Guy. Because they haven't had a chance. Well, Kyle Guy hasn't had a chance to get under everybody's skin yet.
Right.
Like Corey Joseph was Kyle Guy, not that long ago. People liked him.
Yeah.
Kyle Guy, and it's not. And I'm not talking when I say I'm not talking about personally. I'm talking about their game. I think people have just gotten to the point where, they would rather see what Kyle Guy has to offer before having Corey Joseph take the floor, knowing what he has to offer. But I think this year's Corey Joseph, playing alongside Tyrese Haliburton, has been better than previous years Corey Joseph.
Yeah, like I said, Corey's fine. I just, something about Kyle Guy out there. Maybe it's his scoring ability. Maybe it's his IQ. Not that Corey Joseph have a great basketball IQ, I think, and defensive instincts as well. But there's just something a little crisper about Kyle Guy. And if I could trust that he would be able to handle the load defensively, I would definitely be like, yo, give him all the backup minutes or whatever the case may be. That's kind of where my concern is on the defensive end, if he has a spot out there where he can hold his own. But I like Kojo. I like Kyle Guy. I just like to see Kyle dip in there a little bit more, get a little more playing time. Another guy that I was talking to our buddy Jason Jones about on the last Vibes that I completely forgot about was DaQuan Jeffries. Maybe DaQuan Jeffries is the guy that I was just talking about, a wing scorer that can defend a little bit, give a little bit of time to Harrison, so Harrison's not logging 38 minutes a night or something like that. I had high hopes for DaQuan Jeffries coming into this year. Not that he'd be like the sixth man of the year, but given a bigger role and a bigger opportunity, what he might be able to do with that opportunity, we haven't been able to see it because he's been out since the preseason. But
we got to be close
to coming
right?
back.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think so. We haven't heard anything, but I would think so. He had a high ankle sprain that was 4 to 6 weeks, and it's been about 6 weeks. So hopefully coming back.
Do you want to trash DaQuan Jeffries for being out?
No, I don't. You know what I thought about over the weekekend?
Kenny does not believe in high ankle sprains, boy. I tell you.
As you dime me out here on air, but well, actually I dime myself out. I said it on air. But I was thinking, we need to We need to talk to our buddy Pete Youngman so he can explain this to me.
Okay.
Explain, like, did I have the same high ankle sprain as a Daquan Jeffries or Aaron Gordon, or was it, and they were just being cautious, or was it a lesser version? I think it's the same. They were just being cautious with these guys, and I understand that. Pete's
pretty accessible, and I think he's working with your crew in the G League. I think he's working with the Ignite squad.
What could have been? What could have been? It's okay though. It's okay. They're winning, so it's okay.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. Yes, it is 2:01. Yes, we are still with you. We're going to be with you till 4 o'clock today. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're live on Twitter as well at ESPN 1320. Make sure you're following us on all of those platforms. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please. You know how much we appreciate it. And subscribe to the channel as well, as the show is broadcast there. And we broadcast, we post highlights there, post-game vibes is there as well. Tons of exclusive content coming your way over there on YouTube and Twitch. So make sure you follow us on all of those streaming platforms. Again, we are with you all the way until 4 o'clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers win Super Bowl number 55. Tom Brady wins Super Bowl number 7. 5th MVP, but we've spent a lot of time, and we thank the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Kansas City Chiefs for making yesterday's game incredibly uninteresting for us and making our job today so easy and so much fun, because it was a fine balance of how much do you ignore the biggest football game of the year and talk about the Sacramento Kings. Well, it's pretty easy when your Sacramento Kings are running with the best stretch of basketball that they've had at least in a couple of years, maybe longer, and it's certainly a debatable point, versus talking about a game that, yeah, sure, we have interest in, but ultimately it stunk.
Facts.
And so here we are talking about the Kings' 4th straight victory. They've won 7 of 8, and here they are sitting at 12-11. Is this the best stretch? Do you think this is the best stretch of basketball the Kings have played? I know you like last year more than the Jaeger year.
Yeah.
Is this stretch better than last year before the suspension?
I think it is, and that's simply because De'Aaron Fox and how outstanding he has been. Damian, if you're just checking in, De'Aaron Fox won the Western Conference Player of the Week this week. I mean the numbers, I had them right here about what he's done in the last 5 games. De'Aaron Fox, 30.8 points per game, 8.2 assists a night, 3.4 rebounds, 52% from the field. That's in the last 5 games. You want to know what's going on in the last 10 games? All right, we got that for you too. 28.4 points per game, still 8.2 assists a night, 50% from the field, and 37% from three-point line. I mean, when you got a guy doing that and showing the ability to lead a franchise, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the other guys, because like Harrison Barnes, Tyrese Haliburton, they've done great, but carry a franchise the way he has, it's a better stretch, and it leads for so much more optimism moving forward.
De'Aaron on the season is the entire season, 23 games, is a 23 point per game scorer. On his career, his average is 16.9. His rebounds are in the same vicinity, 3.3 total rebounds per game versus 3.4 on his career. Assists, roughly the same, 6.5 assists versus 6.2 on his career. His three-point percentage is up. His field goal percentage is up. His free throw percentage is down. 68.7% on the year, 71.4% on his career. I'm sure he'll nitpick himself, and maybe this isn't nitpicking. He's going to want to get better at the foul line. We saw him have one of his worst foul shooting games, leading to, I think it was 14 or 15 straight made free throws. It's kind of fallen back off yesterday. I think he was in the 50% range yesterday against Denver. I can double check that here real quick. Yeah, he was 4 of 8. That's an element of his game that I'm sure he'll want to get better. But it's the fourth quarter that's got everybody talking.
Yes, Fox time.
He hit 3 threes in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game. He found Rashawn Holmes.
Oh, that was nasty.
Oh my gosh. Woo. Like he's playing at such an entirely different level. And I'll like full transparent. I didn't know that he could. It's the line we're using. Like, De'Aaron's got to take a step. Like, how many more steps does this De'Aaron Fox career have? Well, he seems to have not taken a step. He seems to have just like taken an elevator up like a whole nother flight.
Oh man, it's been crazy. I never thought that he could score the way he has in these last 10 games or so. Like, I did not see him having that ability. Not that he couldn't play, but I thought it was really hard because he didn't shoot the 3-ball well, and he didn't shoot free throws well to get to like a 28 point per game or something like that in any type of stretch, right? Extended stretch. But he's shooting the 3 better. And really what's going on, Damian, we all talked about this. If he ever got a jump shot, this and that. But what's clear is if he ever gets this jump shot, he's unguardable. We talked about what he did yesterday in the fourth quarter, hitting the threes and the dime to Rashawn Holmes. Damian, help me remember here. Who was guarding him when all this was happening in the fourth quarter?
It's Kawhi Leonard.
Come on, man. He had the claw looking like a chair out there, man. Looking like a cone. We're talking about Kawhi Leonard. We're talking about Kawhi Leonard. And De'Aaron was out there looking absolutely unguardable. So I never saw the scoring ability on a consistent basis. And who knows? He's at 23 points per game right now on the season. I think he'll finish somewhere around there. Maybe, he'll inch up to 24, but I think he'll end up around 23 and 6 or 7 on the night, assist on the night. And that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. But he's reaching beyond where I thought he could get to as far as scoring.
A lot of credit should go to Luke Walton.
Yes.
Buddy Hield talked about Luke yesterday after the game.
He's coaching us. From last year, he's coaching us different, and I just feel like he's just way more alert. And I feel like from when we were like messing up in those couple of games, like he's letting he was like we had practice, and then he's showing a lot of mistakes, and we correcting them, and that's what coaches do to correct mistakes that we're getting burnt on, and like him taking the next step and leading us in the right direction, even on timeouts, and just trying to manage the game, and he letting us play and letting us be ourselves. It's been fun out there, and I think everybody loved the way he's handled us rightly, and even in the beginning of the season, it might look kind of weird, but like he's done a good job, and he's just keep on doing a good job for us, and we obviously we're heading in the right direction. But I think him and the whole coaching staff collectively, with him leading us, has helped us to get over the top. And he's always say we can return with the ball. He's preaching all those little things. Every time we turn the ball and team scores on us. So we as players that we got to protect the ball and value every possession as one. That's he's been a leader for us, and he's doing a great for us. And
Kings, by the way, you heard Buddy Hield there talking about Luke Walton. You heard him talking about turnovers in the game against Denver. 7 turnovers for the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
Only led to 11 points. And remember, this was a huge issue for the Sacramento Kings during that stretch of basketball in which they were 2-9 before this current stretch that they're on right now. And that not only were their turnovers, not only was their number of turnovers way too high, it was leading to transition points for their opponent. They actually lost the turnover battle yesterday, 12-10. But again, 12 turnovers for the Sacramento Kings, only leading to 11 points. Go back and look at some of these box scores from a week or two ago, and you would see turnovers significantly higher. You would see them much closer to 20, if not above 20. And then you would see the points off turnovers 25, 26, 27. And that was a very, very regular occurrence for the Sacramento Kings.
Damian, they're just simply playing a much more tougher mentally and physically style of basketball. They just are. You can't push the Kings around right now. If you're defending them in their offensive sets and handling the basketball, you can't push them around. On the offensive end, you're not able to just blow by them. There is a resistance. There is that collision that I'm talking about. And also, when you talk about the mental aspect of it, they're not just getting careless with the basketball. They're valuing every possession. And I think that's where you see the turnovers coming down. And this is what this team, I was just going crazy about every time we would do this show. It's things that can be taken care of with you as a player before we even start about any kind of coaching or sets or anything like that. Make the commitment on the defensive end. Value the basketball on the offensive end. And those players alone have done a great job of taking accountability, listening to some of the things that Coach Walton and his staff are saying, and brought that out onto the court. Doing a phenomenal job. I love it. I absolutely love what I'm seeing. Soft no longer are the Sacramento Kings.
That's a big proclamation from you too, because you were
Soft
hard
no
on this
longer.
group. Like you were frustrated with this group. So stop the music has become like it's become a term that people who are so fantastic and listen to the show, and not only listen to the show, but have clearly listened to it for a while, because I don't remember what was it, Miami?
Yeah, it was the Dolphins 49ers
San Francisco,
game.
Miami.
Yeah.
Stop. We've been questioned on a number of occasions, like when would the stop the music game come for the Sacramento Kings, and it got to the point where they were just playing so bad there was no point in stopping the music. Like,
no stopping the music. We ended up stopping every
we
music that came on there.
Couldn't do it. I mean, the way that they played against Golden State, the 2 games against the Clippers, and I mean, and just it bookmarks what a fantastic weekend this was. To, the odds are against you against Denver, and the fact that you've already beat them twice. And, it's like what we were talking about with Robert Turbin. Denver knows they've been beaten twice by the Sacramento Kings, and they've talked about it, and the coaching staff has talked about it. And then on the other hand, you've got the Los Angeles Clippers, a team who hasn't just beaten you twice, but they've kicked your ass a couple of times this year.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to walk out of this weekend with 2 victories is really extraordinary. We're on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're with you till 4 o'clock, and we've got a lot more to talk about, including greatest athletes of all time. We're going to have the conversation, and why not? Because it sure feels like De'Aaron Fox is at the top of that list.
Absolutely.
We'll continue here on ESPN 1320. Sorry, Jesse, that was kind of a weird out. I don't know why I did that.
It's 2 o'clock. I'll be back.
Okay, I was just going to ask you. You going first? All right, go ahead, partner. It's just me. Let's get in the chat. Let's go. What do we got here? Our body clocks, bro. Like we're used to being on break, running to the bathroom, grabbing some food, or whatever we do after the show. And when we do these long shows, oh my gosh, is this true? This isn't true. We've referenced Harrison Barnes. I pray to God we did. We talked about Harrison Barnes. I think we did. Or was that before the show? No, we talked about Harrison Barnes in that tip-in, right? If not, we'll get to that. Well, game 916. What do you mean? You got a work meeting? Work? What is work? What are you doing? Are y'all working? So what is your guys' work situations? Because I know a lot of you hang out. Well, I guess Deuce and Mo do the night chat, but what are y'all like? Are y'all working from home? Working remotely? Like Ramsey, what are you doing? I need to know what Ramsey's doing here. Let's get in Papa Shango. Let's see. Papa Shango traded to a place with no Wi-Fi and a cell phone signal. Oh, y'all are wild. Papa Bagley. I was thinking Papa Shango because we were talking about wrestling before that last segment started. Okay. I see. The Marvin Bagley discussion has erupted here in the chat. Okay, I get it. Y'all don't want to give up on Bagley just yet. That is not something that you want to do. Not yet. Bring my partner back in here, man. That's not something that y'all want to do yet. This is true. Hulk Hogan never pinned Roddy Piper in the WWE. That is correct. How come I can't hear you?
Go. Oh, yeah, I was on mute. There, I'm back. Back to that discussion. So I feel like Austin, for lack of a better term, I think he got it out the mud. Like, I don't think they ever envisioned Austin coming close to what he ended up being.
So that's a good.
like The Rock, maybe not the way that it ended up happening, but they knew, okay, Rock is going to be a star. Like they thought he was going to be Rocky Maivia. That didn't work.
Yeah.
Let him do what he did. But they knew star quality was there for him and groomed him as such, like gave him opportunities. Austin, it was literally like, they're like, well, you don't know what to do with you.
Mm-hmm.
Here, have at it. Do yourself. And he took it and went crazy.
WWE creative was really, really good in 1997. And Stone Cold was like the perfect guy for it. Now they had like their moments that kind of like faltered, but like Stone Cold was the perfect guy. I guess he was similar to Hogan in a sense. He was the perfect guy at the perfect time to kind of lead wrestling into, because I mean, I'm 40. So Hogan, I was 5. I was like 5 and 6 years old. So wrestling grew up with me because I'm 16, 17 years old. You know, the boyhood dream comes true. Like I'm about to turn 16. Stone Cold Steve Austin emerges on the scene. I'm 17. You know, The Rock comes around. I'm 18. And now you've got middle fingers, know your roles, eyebrows. You've got, you know, the $500 shirts that you could get the knockoff version at the Florin Mall for $60. It's funny, man. Like, we'll be having these conversations on the chat. Like, we'll be talking, like, we don't go to commercial break on YouTube and on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And we'll be right in the middle of something. And then instead of Jesse just telling us to shut up, he'll start playing music in our ear. Like, hey, we're coming back. So, you know, shut up. We've got a radio show to do. So if you're ever watching on the Twitch wondering why it goes straight silent while we'll be in the midst of a conversation, it's because
that's what happens.
Jesse got in our ear and told us to knock it off. Straighten up. We've got a radio show to do.
Somebody in the chat gave a shout out to Florin Mall just now. You know I love my shout out, so always.
I can't remember the
love
name
for
of that
Florin
place.
Mall.
I used to buy those fake rock shirts. Like, was it
JW?
Sheiks? Was there a place called Sheiks?
Well, they had a place called JW in Florin Mall.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, I can't remember. But they had all of the, you know, shirts that The Rock would say, my $500 shirt, it'd be the knockoff version for like $60. Dude, I get a whole bunch of those, and you start wearing them like open. Yeah. 19-year-old D-Lo boy, it was lit. 916-349-1320. If you want to get, we have fun on the chat, but you can't get in on the phone lines, by the way.
Oh, man.
916-349-1320. We're with you till 4 o'clock today, talking a lot about the Sacramento Kings. And I guess what we need to dive into as this hour rolls along and we head into the third hour, at some point, we've got to talk about tomorrow's game. I mean, it's certainly fun talking about what they're doing. It's fun talking about what they did this weekend. But, you know, this was a 4-game stretch that was just test after test after test. And there's another big test coming their way tomorrow against quite possibly the best team in the National Basketball Association.
Yeah, man. Look, when we came into this stretch before Boston, I said, man, these 4 games are crazy. If they could find a way to go 2-2, that would be great. If they went 1-3, that was cool, whatever. But if they could find a way to go 2-2, that'd be great. If they somehow went 3-1, I'd lose my mind. Nothing has changed.
You lost your mind. I can confirm that. Anyone who saw post-game vibes yesterday can confirm. Kenny Caraway lost his mind with his red Solo cup, which I'm sure was filled with water and
absolutely.
And ice.
It's a nice little cold water. What's the brand? Geyser water.
There you go.
Yeah, you know that.
Vitamin water.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I mean, we're at that point. I mean, if they lost tomorrow, 3-1 in that 4-game stretch was huge. And look here, Damien, I know we don't like doing this.
No,
don't
do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Can I
do
just
it.
ask?
Nope. That's a no. No, don't do it. Don't look at the schedule. Don't start projecting. Don't do it.
I wasn't a projection.
I will boot you out of the chat I will boot you straight off the stream if you do it.
Okay, house rules.
You know this, Kenny. It ends badly. You did it with the 49ers. We do it with the Kings. This ends badly. Don't do it.
Okay. House rules. I'm just saying 3-1 here would be okay. I mean, if they went 4-0,
let's go. Let's go 4-0. What are
if
we
they
doing?
went 4-0, I can't even say it'd be an emergency post-game vibes because we're going to be on there anyway. But they went 4-0. It'd be crazy.
Be something different in the Red Solo Cup for sure. Be on the eye. Kenny's Red Solo Cup flowing on a Tuesday. You know that the Sacramento Kings
Got
just
the
handled
squad
business.
going up.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. 916-349-1320. So there's a lot more to talk about with the Sacramento Kings, including that matchup against the Philadelphia 76ers coming up tomorrow. I keep referring to them as one of the best teams and potentially the best team in the National Basketball Association. But the fact is, whether Kenny likes it or not, the Utah Jazz are still rolling. And I know you're high on the Los Angeles Lakers. They're playing some really, really good ball, too. And prior to this weekend, the Los Angeles Clippers were on that list as well, but they ran into Boston, who needed to get themselves a win, and they ran into Sacramento, who is just playing a really, really nice stretch of basketball right here. So we'll take a look at Philadelphia as this show rolls along. And again, the phone lines are available for you at 916-349-1320. Outside of talking about De'Aaron Fox is the greatest of all time after winning his first Western Conference Player of the Week award. That's a conversation that's being had all over sports media. Of course, it's the hyperbole that comes with being in this profession and remembering the last thing you see is the greatest thing you ever saw, and that's Tom Brady winning his 7th Super Bowl and his 5th Super Bowl MVP. And no matter where you rank him on greatest football players of all time, greatest athletes of all time, greatest quarterbacks of all time, that accomplishment is extraordinary and cannot be taken away.
No, not at all.
Or minimized.
No. One of the greatest athletes in team sports we've ever seen. Period. Tom Brady. What he was able to do in New England was great enough, but to leave New England and go to a place nondescript like Tampa Bay, and in the first year, take these guys to a Super Bowl. I mean, this is stuff that it's rarefied air, Damian. Like you don't just see this, if ever. You know, I mean, you don't see it on the regular, but you might not ever see it. And
I don't think we see this again.
No, man, we don't. And we talked about it. We laughed at Tony Romo when he was talking about the biggest game of Pat Mahomes' career and all this other stuff. And I'm not necessarily saying he has to get 8 Super Bowls to pass Tom Brady, but I mean, does Pat Mahomes get 6? I mean, it's crazy.
See, that's the thing, though. Like, we say that now, like we were ready to anoint. I'm talking collectively, not you and I, just collectively, we were ready to anoint Patrick Mahomes the greatest of all time if he won yesterday and his Super Bowl total was at 2. As if somehow that diminishes everything that Tom Brady has accomplished in the last 20 years because he lost to Patrick Mahomes. He was ready to be anointed at the greatest of all time in year number 3 of his career. We remember the last thing that we saw as the greatest thing we ever saw. Think back to The Last Dance, when The Last Dance was airing. What were people doing? No, they weren't celebrating Michael Jordan. You know what they were doing? See? Man, what a reminder. LeBron is trash. This is just a reminder. Like Michael's the greatest of all time. LeBron is weak. Because why? LeBron wasn't playing no more. We couldn't see LeBron. We were watching Jordan. We were reliving Jordan's era. And so the last thing we saw was the greatest thing we ever saw.
Now, that's true. And I understand what you're saying. But in this particular case with Mahomes and Brady, if like the math is just so monumental when you talk about the swings. If he wins, you've got 2 in your first 3 years of playing, and Brady only has 6. Now that you've lost, right? No, 6.
Yeah.
Now that you lost, you've got 1, and he's got 7.
Yeah.
That is like it went from like here, possibly like here, to just off the charts. Like it can't happen now.
Well, and that's the funny thing. 2 to 6. Going from, that we're talking 4 Super Bowls. You're talking the same amount of Super Bowls Joe Montana had in his career, plus the 2 you already have just to tie him.
Right.
Like that's that. Like we get so God blessing stupid when it comes to sports sometimes that we frame this as if winning 4 Super Bowls over the course of what Brady is doing isn't normal. He's 43 years old. All indications are he's coming back next year. Rob Gronkowski's coming back next year. He's going to be 44. He said all along, he said for years he's going to play till he's 45. I have zero doubt he's going to play 2 more years after what he did, this year. And we keep trying to find ways to shoehorn in something. We like the new stuff. We like the new hotness. Like what's the new hotness, and what Tom Brady has done. What Tom Brady is doing. You just said this. We're never going to see it again.
Right.
What Tom Brady and LeBron James are simultaneously doing, we're never going to see again.
Right.
I mean, they've been to a combined 20 championships.
It's crazy. That is
in the same era. Like that's
insane.
Wild.
Now, to be perfectly fair, and I said this about LeBron James in regards to Michael Jordan. I said that he doesn't have to win 7 or even have to win 6 for me to think he was the greatest player to ever play. I'm not going to – it's part of the resume, the championships, but it's not the end-all, be-all. And I still believe that Patrick Mahomes, he doesn't even have to get 4 Super Bowls for me to sit up there and be like, he's the best I've ever seen. Like, to your point, I'm not going to let one night or one loss in the Super Bowl deter me from the fact that he still does things that I've never seen before. And he's super young. He's young enough, at least. And he still very well could be, for me, be the best quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, he very, very well may. And I think that sometimes can ruin the experience of the fact that we might actually be seeing the greatest quarterback we've ever seen because we're so desperate to find his replacement. That happens with LeBron in the NBA. Like, we're trying to find the next LeBron while LeBron is still playing at an MVP level, whether it's Steph or it's KD or it's Giannis or it's whoever. Like, we're always trying to find the next guy while the guy is still doing top guy things.
That's true. Now, so here's the discussion that we have. We can get into the greatest and all this other stuff. Like, Tom Brady has the best resume you will ever see, right? That doesn't mean he's the best we've ever seen at playing the game, right? So Michael Jordan and LeBron, I've never seen players better than those two, right? That matches up with the resume. Tom Brady, like, I know it's taboo to say right now. I think physically and the thing and slinging the ball and all this other stuff, Aaron Rodgers is probably better at Tom Brady than that. But he don't have the resume for me to say in the pantheon that he's better than Tom Brady. Pat Mahomes, I ain't never seen nothing like him.
That's and I understand that. But
because if it was just like, oh, they've won, then it would always be Bill Russell, right?
I mean,
because he's a great player and he's got the rings.
I guess.
So it would always just be Bill Russell. And it's more nuanced than that for me. I mean, everybody has their own criteria. For me, it's a little more nuanced than that. You don't need the most number of titles to be looked at.
But winning always plays an equation, because when people go Michael over LeBron, they talk about, well, Michael never lost, with the exception of the time he came back and played 17 games and wore 45. He never lost, once he got in a position to win a championship, he never really lost one after that.
Yeah, but
if you're willing to rule out the 17 game comeback and then losing to Orlando.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's not how I subscribe to things. Because I like I said, I long said that LeBron James don't need 7. He don't need 6 for me to consider him the best ever. I say get to 4 or 5, and you combine that with the fact that he's been in the finals. What is it? 10 times?
Or 10 or 11, 10, I think.
I mean, we're losing.
Yeah. I mean, he went to so many in a row. The streak in a row broke. And then he went back and won.
He's doing it in different conferences. He's doing it in different
3
eras.
different teams. Yeah.
I mean, we mentioned it last week. There is an argument out there for LeBron being the greatest player to ever play today. And it's not crazy.
Yeah. And so here's something that I want to ask you then, because I was thinking about, Brady and all of the talk about Brady. And I think part of the term is athlete. And you always go back to the combine video and go, okay, he's a quarterback, but he's not an athlete. Like we've seen that before. Like, and I can understand that. Like, you want to differentiate the two in athletics, and like I get all that. Like, that's fine. It's semantics here at this point. We'll do the old NBA line. Tom Brady is the best player on every team that has won a championship. All 7 of them. Tom Brady is the best player on the team, and there's not a question about it.
Yeah, he's the best player on the team, but football is so different.
It's right. It's completely different.
It's not to even take away from him, because what he's done in football, nobody's ever done. So that's a huge feather in his cap himself. But I was talking to my homeboy about this earlier, and they talk about, Brady being the greatest athlete of all time because of the championships. And he goes, well, he's got 5 Super Bowl MVPs. And that's true. But then I was like, well, what was his numbers in the first one? Because when you look back to the first one, you don't look at Tom Brady killing the greatest show on turf. That's why they won. You're like, they stopped the greatest show on turf. It had nothing to do with Tom Brady. Like, and you could say it had everything to do with videotapes that were taken. But like, that's why they won. But they were never going to give the whole defense the MVP. Somebody had to win the MVP. It was Tom Brady. Tom Brady threw for 145 yards in that game. To me, that's the equivalent of Michael Jordan averaging 17 points a game in the finals.
But didn't Kobe go like 6 of 24 in Game 7 against the Celtics?
Yeah, and I'm sure he averaged like 28 in that finals.
I think that, like, you talked about football being so different, in that, like, in basketball, the same players play both sides of the court. In football, it's different, right?
Yeah, no. Off the top of my head, in that particular game that you're talking about, I think Kobe was like 21 and 15 boards that night in that 6 of 24 game. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I don't know the numbers, and I don't think he won the MVP in this game, but the second Rams game, 12-3. Brady, he didn't win the MVP. You don't take away the championship, but he didn't light the world. Like, the guys that we talk about, the LeBrons, the Michael Jordans, when the lights are the brightest, they had to be the very best to win. Period. I know it's a different game, different dynamic with football. You can win with turnovers on defense, or if the other coach decides to pass at the 1-yard line, you can still win, right? But Brady hasn't always been his best in the biggest game of the season.
Well, I also think that's a little bit unfair, though, as you're also going against the other best team in the league.
And so Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant are going up against the other best team in the league as well.
Well, you and I joke about that game 6 against Portland, where Jordan stunk and Scott Hansen's hitting threes to bring the Bulls back down from double digits.
And you're 100% right. And I don't have it in front of me. I guarantee you Mike had over 25 points.
I'm sure that he did. But he was trash for 3.5 quarters, and then he turned it on late. And of course, these are series versus games, so there's different. Let's approach this from a different perspective here, because I want to get back into the Kings here in a couple of minutes as well. Let's try from this perspective, because there's been a lot of talk about greatest athletes of all time, period. And this is where, the Usain Bolts come into play, and the Serenas and the Tigers and the Federers and the Nadals. That's where all of these, and the Michael Phelpses, and then you've got the Jordan. I look at Brady being drafted, round end of the draft. And there he was brought in as, like, he wasn't a starter. Like, he was Drew Bledsoe's backup, right? Like, there were no expectations for him when he came in. I can even think about Patrick Mahomes. Like, Patrick Mahomes was brought in knowing he was a backup. Now, he was taken in the first round, so his expectations are certainly different than those of Brady's and when he's drafted. And then I go over to Jordan, and I was too young to really, kind of recall. I don't know what Jordan's expectations were when he was drafted by the Chicago Bulls. I have no idea. I was not following the NBA draft. I'm positive. Yeah, this was just not something I was hot on. I was busy watching Hulk Hogan and King Kong Bundy.
WrestleMania 2.
But LeBron came in with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Like, LeBron came in as the chosen one. The Sports Illustrated cover, the tattoo, the witness campaign. Everybody knew before he stepped on the basketball court that he had signed an $87 million deal with Nike. Everybody knew before he put on a Cleveland Cavaliers uniform that he had, hell, before the draft lottery, he had a bidding war with Adidas and Nike and all of the different shoe companies out there. And he came in with the expectations of this is the future of our league. And he exceeded them. Every single one of them. And when I think about LeBron, I think sometimes we hold that against him. Right. We expected him to be great. Some people would say they expected him to be the greatest we've ever seen when he was 17 years old. He came in with all of those expectations, and he surpassed them. And I think sometimes, I mean, by miles.
Yes.
And I think sometimes when we talk about the greatest athletes we've ever seen, we kind of leave that. Like we leave LeBron out of the equation because we expected him to be great when he was 16, 17 years old, and he was, and everyone's like, all right, told you. How about Tom Brady? You know, part of Brady's story is where he was drafted.
Right.
You know, when, you know, God bless him. I hope he finds his way back into the league. Part of Isaiah Thomas's story was when he was drafted. Your favorite player in the entire planet, Draymond Green, part of his story is when he is drafted. For LeBron, you're number one overall, and you've already been on TV. And the fact that you've lived up to all of those expectations, I think people take for granted.
Absolutely. Have you seen, I'm sure I know you have, but it was circulating a little while ago, that clip of he was like on the Bob Costas talk show, and Bob Costas is sitting with like an 18-year-old LeBron. I think it's his rookie year. I think it's before his rookie year. And he sits there and he goes, how do you feel about if you're not a multiple-time All-Star, multiple-time champion, first shot, a first ballot for sure Hall of Famer, that you're looked at as a bust?
Yeah.
And it's like, yo,
that's crazy. Yeah.
You know, and this kid was 18 years old and he was saying that. And it is, I hold weight in that, in the expectations that were heaped upon LeBron and really weren't heaped upon anybody else outside of maybe Tiger. And not only reaching those expectations, but like you mentioned, exceeding them. LeBron James is better than we all imagine. LeBron James is as good as advertised. He's better than advertised. And that matters. I mean, he was still out there getting it done. He was able to do what he was, had to do. Brady won his Super Bowls or whatever, but he could kind of fly under the radar for a little bit, while winning those Super Bowls. He can rely, I can throw for 145 yards and win a Super Bowl because my defense is full of veterans and is coached by one of the great coaches in the game. I can do that. LeBron James couldn't average probably 29 points a game without getting swept in that first finals matchup against the Spurs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he had to be otherworldly to get his championships. And we talk about, you mentioned it earlier about how Brady went and got Gronk and Antonio Brown and all these guys to come with him. But yet LeBron gets ridiculed forever for going to play with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. And might I add, those guys weren't doing anything before LeBron James got there in Miami.
Well, he also went and got the Mike Millers. You know what I mean? Like, he went and got those guys to kind of travel with. J.R. Smith has a paycheck in this league because of LeBron James.
Yes. Look here. We talked about how great it was, and I'm not trying to do the thing that we talked about just a little while ago where I'm downing Brady to uplift LeBron. But we talked about how amazing it was for Brady to go to, leave New England, go to Tampa Bay, and win a Super Bowl. LeBron was doing these things on steroids because Tampa Bay was like 8-8 last year. Like, they were like a quarterback away, right?
I mean, that's what Bruce Arians said. And you know what? I feel like we haven't given enough credit to Bruce Arians and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Got to talk about Bruce Arians.
One of the
absolutely.
Again, hey, dude, we're in Sacramento, California. We didn't have a big rooting interest. Like, we're rich, loyal listener of the show, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We love you, buddy. We love, Patrick Mahomes and the stories involved there. But we didn't have a horse in this race, so to speak. Like we were just watching it from a compelling, storytelling standpoint. And for me, Bruce Arians, the fact that he has the most diverse makeup of a football staff in the entire league, and that he embraces having women on his roster, and Byron Leftwich and Todd Bowles and all those guys who reporters. There was a reporter who confused Byron Leftwich for Todd Bowles.
That's embarrassing.
Which tells you about NFL media a little bit there. I give Bruce Arians all the applause in the world for that. And let's not forget the tremendous job he did while Chuck Pagano was out, and the stories of him leaving Chuck Pagano's lights on the entire time that he was away getting chemotherapy and all of the stuff that he did with the Indianapolis Colts. Man, he deserved that moment that he got last night.
Absolutely. I've been critical of Bruce Arians in the past on this show and just in general. I saw him with the Arizona Cardinals all the time. I thought he talked a lot and kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but it was nothing more than like
with the Arizona Cardinals, I can't figure out why. I can't figure out how that could. I can't comprehend that. That is so stunning.
I thought he talked a lot. I thought he talked a lot, or whatever the case may be. It was a sports thing, right, Damien? It was never the man. And when you hear stories about what he did with his staff and what he did with Chuck Pagano, and just the way that he's been a football lifer and handled himself, he seems like the nicest man, like the most genuine, nicest man out there. And what happened last night couldn't have happened to a better man. It couldn't happen to a better man. And if I, took any shots at him throughout this season, I was wrong. He proved me wrong. I didn't think they would get to the NFC Championship game. Definitely didn't think they'd get to the Super Bowl. Didn't think they'd win the Super Bowl. I was wrong. He proved me wrong, and he deserves all the accolades.
You just need to apologize for the shots that you took at him when he was the coach of Arizona, because I don't think you said a single.
Too much.
I don't think you said a single. But I can't imagine you disliking a coach in the NFC West. That is just so mind-boggling to me. We've also got news on a potential Sacramento King joining us. I think I'm good to promote this. Let's hold off on this just a heartbeat. Let's find out what we get the thumbs up to say. It looks like the person is locked in. We're just looking to nail down the day. We'll share with you who that is, and we'll talk more Sacramento Kings. De'Aaron Fox named Western Conference Player of the Year. Obviously, this catapults him, Western Conference Player of the Week. This catapults him right to the top of the greatest athletes of all time conversation. And we'll have that here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, here on our YouTube channel. And, of course, we're on the radio.com app and on ESPN 1320. We're back with more here. It's D'Lo and KC.
Skip.
All right, it's your turn.
I'm going to hold it down. And I'm going to hold it down for somebody like Warren, because I've had this discussion. I don't have controls over putting the comments up. But Warren talked about Wade had a championship before James went to Miami. Very true. Won a championship with Shaquille O'Neal, might I add. But he won a championship. Did you know that in the 4 seasons before LeBron James got to Miami, that Dwayne Wade and the Heat had won 4 games total in the postseason before LeBron James got there? The Heat were nowhere near championship contenders. They were a middling 8th seed at best. LeBron James came over there and won their resurrected franchise. Dwayne Wade had 4 years to do something after that championship. I think he missed the playoffs in one of the years. He got swept numerous times. One of those 4 wins that he got in the postseason, 4 wins, 4 games, won 4 games in the postseason in 4 years, Dwayne Wade did. One of them was like a 7-game series where obviously he won three games against Atlanta in the first round and then lost game 7. Miami wasn't nothing to write home about before LeBron James got there. That's just what it was. Let's see. Okay. Somebody wants me to talk about the King's schedule predictions while Damien is gone. I didn't have a prediction. I was just pointing out the schedule. All I'm going to tell you guys is just go for yourself and look at the rest of the homestand that they have before they go on the road. That's all I'm going to say. Look at that. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Rich, we love you, big dog. Like I mentioned on Twitter, Rich, you're a man of integrity. All right. And look, you got your championship last year. You may have another one coming up in the future. Hey, enjoy it, brother. Enjoy it. Absolutely. What we got here? I don't know why my feed be tripping. I'm looking clear as day on here.
What's wrong?
Our Slack. Danny's saying my feed is a little iffy on Twitch. But I'm clear as day on my end. I don't know why that happened the other day. I was like rewatching it, and I was clear like this the whole time. And then I go and look at it on YouTube, and I'm all.
That happens to me too. That's why I asked you that question about your Ethernet cable.
So I'm gonna order another cord.
So what I did for me, because my bandwidth has to be in full like WTF. Like, man, what are you doing at your house that you're using like all this internet? So I reset, like I've started to reset my my modem.
Mm-hmm.
Like I try to do it like at the end of the night, just reset everything, let it reboot, and hope that helps.
I'm gonna try that. But Damien, we were talking about.
Yo, shout out to Vibe Health Bar. But go ahead.
Hey,
support local businesses. You know what it is, man. We gotta get this endorsement locked up, man. This is tailor made for you.
I need that. Was on that Peloton heavy over the weekend. Actually,
man,
I only got on Sunday.
Oh, slacking.
I was, man. Friday and Saturday, I'm off. I might incorporate something in the future on Saturday mornings, but I'm off on Saturday. But I'm back at it Sunday, starting on Sunday nights. I'll be back at it.
Man, I got to bring the podcast back.
Cheryl in Baltimore wants to write to our congressman about getting 4 hours. Shout out to Cheryl.
Yeah. Or if anyone sees Danny in San Francisco drop into the chat, just let them know. Hey, is that Deuce and Mo? Hey,
we're in here early.
Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo.
Yeah. Turn off connectivity on devices that
the
aren't
radio
needed.
show that you know.
It's good advice.
UNC Miami postponed 2 hours before tip-off. Lord. Wait, what? Tar Heels players were seen on video partying maskless.
Okay, jeez.
Goodness gracious.
They beat Duke over the weekend.
Oh, you're getting lectured. Too much sugar in that Gatorade, KC.
I mean, I'm trying to come back, but it's not to never Gatorade again.
I jumped in the show yesterday, and Deuce was getting mad about something. I was like, I'm right on time. Yeah, buddy, you heard that right, man. We are with you all the way until 4 o'clock today. That's another hour and some change. We did the math for you. We're really good at that. If you want to be a part of the show, 916-349-1320. We've got a lot more Kings to talk about as well. As a matter of fact, Danny in San Francisco, unofficial confirmation, but it looks like Rashawn Holmes is going to join us this week. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, that's how many times we've talked about it, man. That guy needs to be here for a minute.
Yes, sir. That is
for a minute.
That is I'm telling you, man, legit. He's up there in terms of my favorite players in the league.
We mentioned this, and we're not, obviously anybody that's listening to the show, we're not just saying the words because he come on the show. We said for a long time, Rashawn Holmes embodies everything that is a legendary Sacramento King.
Absolutely.
And what these guys and these fans here in Sacramento completely embrace.
Yeah.
Underdogs, guys that go out there with no kind of no kind of ego or anything. They just go out there, do the dirty work, put on their blue collar and get the work done. And from day one, we have embraced Rashawn Holmes, and he needs to be here for a lot longer.
Yeah, we've embraced Rashawn Holmes. He's embraced us. His whole family has embraced the community.
Yes.
So that'd be cool. We'll have the date for you. We should have it finalized maybe tomorrow after the game. But Rashawn Holmes will be with us sometime this week here on D-Lo and KC, so that's quite exciting. At D-Lo and KC, if you want to take part in the conversation on Twitter. Of course, if you are in the chat at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, you could take part in the conversation right there in the comment section. They all come to both Kenny and I. We hope that you're enjoying this 4-hour show, so much so we're going to be back and we're going to do it again tomorrow for 4 hours. As a matter of fact, KC, tomorrow we'll go 4 hours and we'll come back with a courtside at 6 o'clock. I work with a big ass kid, man. I swear. And now that your favorite team is winning, you're even more childish.
Let's go. What did Chappelle? Was that Chappelle when he was like, they should have never gave y'all no money?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have never gave me a Rodecaster.
Nope, should not have. Should have never taught you how to use those keys either. Never should have taught you. But I'm telling you, I've got to set up the live feed so Kenny can do post-game vibes, even though he does it without me. But I don't sit here and watch him do the show. Like, I let him do the show. I leave him alone. But I turn up the volume because I want to hear the show.
Yeah.
All I hear is like air horn. The Kings just beat the Clippers 4 in a row. The weekend's going crazy, and all I hear are these air horns blaring out of this, studio/office. Like, man, what is he doing in there? And I'm looking, and then I go to the feed and I look at, it's lit. There's a whole bunch of people in there. Like, all right, like everybody's riding it and having fun.
The Queen Bee was in the studio while it was going down, and afterward, that was excessive. This is what the people want. 12 and 11. Come on, give me more.
It's so obnoxious. The only thing that saved that from being imagine if that game had been like Saturday night or Friday. Like, you ever drop in on it? Like, we've got one this Friday. Have you ever dropped in on the Deuce and Mo Friday night chat?
It'd be crazy.
Dude, let them win a couple more games in a row. You go in there on a Friday night, that might be the closest to a club experience we can get. We get a safe club experience inside the night chat here after a Kings win.
Damon, you know as well as anybody that this city is ready to explode in a good way. If this team can, just not even just team like 2020, 2021, this franchise can get on the good foot. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man, this city's ready to explode, man.
And it feels like they are, man. This and that's like you look at what the Kings are doing, and we've tried to dissect this from a million different ways. In that, okay, is this sustainable? Like, how real is this? Like, what have they really done the last 8 games? Because remember, we keep referencing their 7-1. They've won 7 of the last 8. They 1 point away,
man.
They're 1 basket away against the Miami Heat, and that's all that is stopping right now an 8-game win streak, assuming you change a variable in the equation, and the equation winds up having the same result. But this is a team that, what's different? We gave you the defensive numbers. We still have them here. This is a team that was giving up 123.3 points per game before they played the New York Knicks. Since they've played the New York Knicks, they're giving up 109 points per game. They're outscoring their opponents 115 to 109 on average since they got beat by the Los Angeles Clippers on January 20th.
It's been attention to detail on both the offensive and defensive end that has really gotten this team out of their rut. You hear the players talking about they're holding each other accountable, and it's kind of a cliche thing that they say. But I if you dive into the quote a little bit more, I think it was Tyrese who talked about it. He was like, we're starting to hold each other accountable and do it in a way where people don't take it personal if somebody's pointing something out, right? You know what I mean? And that's what a team that's on the same page can do. It's one thing to just hold people accountable and just say what you did wrong, but you can say with the truth and the belief that, hey, this guy isn't getting on me because, he's blaming it on me or he doesn't like me or something like that. It's all in an effort to make the team cohesive and for the team to be as good as they possibly can. And once they got on that same accord, which it seems like they're there now you can actually build off any kind of constructive criticism that's given out by the coaches or by your teammates.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Who do you think that primarily is? Do you think it's Luke? Do you think it's De'Aaron or another player? Do you think it's collective?
I think it is collective, but I think De'Aaron's probably speaking up. I could see Rashawn speaking up. a little bit. I could see Tyrese as a rookie kind of speaking up and saying, hey, this is what I see. This is how I feel. I think those guys are your vocal leaders. I can even see Corey Joseph being somebody like that who will see things and speak up on it a little bit. So those are the guys that I look at off the top of my head who, can get a little vocal and have constructive criticism in that locker room.
Does it have more value? Because you played at a significantly higher level than I did. Does it have more value coming from a player than it does a coach? When you get that type of constructive criticism, does it mean more if it comes from De'Aaron or Harrison or Buddy or whoever versus if it comes from Luke or Rex or Alvin?
Yeah, because while you still listen and while you still are listening to what your coaches are saying, there's a bit of a because the coaches are always looking for that perfect game. It's like, well, of course they're going to tell us what we did wrong. Like that's what they're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Like we could play a great game. We can win by 25 and they're going to look for flaws in what we did in that performance. So it's not that you dismiss it at all, because if you really trust the coach the way I feel this team trusts Luke and the rest of that coaching staff, you listen to everything word they say and you heed their advice. But when a player is coming to you and saying, hey, I need you to do this, I need this way, whatever the case may be, you listen, and you also have a sense of, well, I don't want to let this guy down. I don't want to look bad out here on the floor because I'm making him look bad. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't want him to make me look bad if he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. So I'm gonna pick it up for my brother. Like all that talk about my brother, that's real. Like I'm gonna pick it up for my brother. You know what I mean? And make sure I'm there and make sure that I'm on the same accord with the rest of my teammates. So it's not a huge difference, but it does carry a little weight with the conversations that you have with your teammates in those type of situations.
And I'm not sure that's something that we've even talked about yet today is like chemistry. The chemistry with this group. And I don't even know I honest to God don't know the last time we used that word as it pertains to, at least without the phrase lack of being placed before it. Like this is a group that feels like, and I don't care like how professional you are, it's difficult to establish chemistry with someone when you don't like them. You know what I mean? Like it's extremely difficult, if not impossible. And in a game where you have to work as a collective, you can't establish this type of chemistry unless you have an absolute, liking of each other, unless you actually have to me. And I know there are examples and there are very famous examples. To me, though, you can't really have on-court chemistry if you don't have off-the-court chemistry.
I agree.
And this is a group that feels like they're pretty, at least from an outsider's perspective, it looks like this is a group that's pretty, tight-knit.
And the last time, to answer your question, Damon, the last time was probably the scores. Probably the last time.
Sure, yeah.
We had, some chemistry where, and even that was a little different because they were close, but Amon Shumpert was the guy. Mm-hmm. And De'Aaron Fox and those guys, Marvin Bagley, the young guys, I feel in a lot of respects they looked up to Amon because Amon was the young OG.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he was in a position where just the kind of person he was, and him being, not that these other guys aren't, but completely of the culture and the same culture that these guys are, like he could relate to them. They looked up to him and they listened to the things that he said. And it's very weird. It is very weird to me to hear this, but there was a belief, and I know me and Jason talked about it, that these guys didn't recover from losing Amon for a while.
Yeah.
Like it feels like that was their introduction to the NBA as a business when Amon left. And they were looking at it like, we're building something here. This is our guy. And business came calling and he was gone. And it took them a minute to recover from that. And they had to grow up. And now you're looking at these guys here, the De'Aaron Foxes, Marvin Bagleys. They're not looking up to nobody no more. It's weird to say that because De'Aaron's like 23, but he's a man.
When you sign that contract, yeah.
He's a man. And now, it's different. Like he's He's in a lot of ways kind of the young OG for Haliburton or Jemias Ramsey or Woodard or guys like that, and they've gotten closer on and off the court. Somebody like Rashawn Holmes is also somebody that helps with that. But then you got a guy like Hassan Whiteside who keeps things light. You see his videos when he's joking with Harrison Barnes or joking with Jabari Parker, and it seems like Tyrese Haliburton is his rookie. You know what I'm saying? And they he don't shy away from that. He's like, oh yeah, I gotta finish this Zoom because I gotta go to get Chick-fil-A before we get on the plane. And
Chick-fil-A is not close, by the way.
It is, and I don't know what Chick-fil-A he went to.
Did he go Arden? It's got to be Arden. I can't think of one that's closer to the downtown area than Arden.
Yeah, it's got to be Arden. So, yeah, I mean, that's cool. And then also, Damian, I mean, they're winning.
Mm-hmm.
They're winning. And winning cures everything. And winning helps with all the chemistry issues. And it helps you see your teammate in a different light if you're able to pull out that win.
The Shump example is so interesting because it'll always be one of the most fascinating, and you probably have a great, even a greater perspective of this than I do because your relationship with Jason Jones, who was probably, following this stuff all around the locker room as it was happening. But being at that game, being at a game like on the floor like hours before a game starts on the day of a trade deadline is always weird. Mm-hmm. That one was even stranger because I had established relationships with the former coaching staff, with Yeager's assistants and Elston and some of the other guys that were here, and they're going through their normal workouts. The same people are on the floor doing everything, and we get the alert that Amon Shumpert was traded. They don't know. They're asking us, like, what happened? And we're telling them, yo, Shump was traded. And you felt, and he was traded, and I can't remember, they were playing.
I think they played Houston and got blasted.
So someone on the Rockets was traded. Somebody on the Rockets was involved in that trade because Shump was traded to Houston.
Yeah.
And I can't remember who the player was, but he was warming up on the floor. He was the only Rockets player on the other side of the floor. And we're all like, oh, hey, is that? And I can't remember who it was. We saw the equipment manager come out. He pulls his headphones away from his ear, and he tells him, and all you can really see is like, oh, for real? And he's like, yeah. And then he shakes hands with he gives the guy he's shooting with, the coach or whatever, a hug, and he walks back to the locker room. He was just traded. And it's one of the most bizarre things like I've ever seen. You're listening to D'Lo and KC, by the way, on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling with you here until 4 o'clock. We're happy that you're listening on ESPN 1320. We're happy that you're listening on the radio.com app. And for those that are watching on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as well. We appreciate you all for being here with us. Obviously, coming off of the Bucs winning Super Bowl 55, we're still riding high, though, from the Sacramento Kings back-to-back victories over the weekend. And we're talking how, De'Aaron Fox named the Western Conference Player of the Week as he is, taking that leadership role for the Sacramento Kings and going back, talking about chemistry, the scores, and how, that Amon Shumpert trade was just, you felt it. You felt that it was devastating to that roster. You felt that it was devastating to De'Aaron Fox. It wasn't long before rumors started coming out of the locker room, like that day before the game started, that De'Aaron was really, really upset over the Amon Shumpert deal. And you're right. It was so weird. Shump was here for what, like a week and a half?
Felt like it.
Figurative. Like he wasn't here very long, but his personality is massive. And the players gravitated to that.
Yeah.
I think Hassan Whiteside has a big personality too. Not like Shump, but I think he has a big personality too. And I think you have Tyrese Haliburton, who is a young, humble guy who backs up everything. Like his game speaks for itself.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then you have, these other guys, Rashawn Holmes, De'Aaron Fox. You have these guys now here who are the core of the group. And it's just created, a feel of a basketball team that we really haven't seen for an extended period of time in a long time.
No, and I think Tyrese Haliburton is a big part of that. You just mentioned him. he is super impressive, just super impressive. And we talk about what he does on the floor, but hearing him speak, I've heard, I think, one podcast for sure. Yeah, just one podcast, and just hearing his post-game Zooms and stuff like that. And it is, there's something about the way he speaks about the game and the way he just speaks in general, the candidness. That's why I say I believe he could be somebody that has stepped up and being vocal in that locker room, because I mean, it's so impressive to hear him give his thoughts about something and how detailed those thoughts are and the way he looks at certain things. And it's not the same as Shump, because Shump was really aggressive and in your face with it, but it is an element that he still brings in his own way. Tyrese Haliburton does to this team, man. And I talk about all the time, little magic and all the things that he's able to bring, but it really is an infectious vibe that he brings to this team. And I think he's a huge reason as to why they've been able to bounce back out of this.
And to continue with your favorite Magic comp, that's one of the words that you hear regarding Magic Johnson. I think you hear that more than any other one, and it's infectious.
Mm-hmm.
And you often point to the first game I think that he ever played, where Kareem hits the sky hook and he's jumping all over Kareem, and Kareem's like, we've got 81 more of these, like, calm down. But the Lakers took on Magic's personality, not Kareem's.
Yes.
And that's how, like, infectious it was. And I know, for those who are new to the program, one, welcome. Two, the little Magic comp doesn't come from Kenny. It comes from Magic Johnson. And ignore the fact that Magic also said the same thing about Lonzo Ball. That's not relevant to the conversation.
Did you see what Magic said last night, not to get you off track?
Would he equate Tom Brady to little Magic Johnson or something?
No. Magic just tweets out, he goes, "That game was so disappointing. I can't lie to you guys. I had to turn away and turn it off." That was the tweet.
Thanks, Magic. Like, all right. Like, I mean, like, that's why we had a segment called Thanks, Magic. Like, I love that he quit being a general manager so he could tweet that. Like, that was just a gift to all of us. Like, Magic Johnson is the gift that keeps on giving.
I love Magic.
And if I ever find out that Magic is in on the gag and it's going to ruin, like, everything.
Absolutely. I don't want to know.
Like, yeah, just let that be like our Santa Claus. Like, it's
Yes.
real, and let's run with that. And we just envision Magic with his iPhone in his hand, and he's typing that tweet out, and he goes, "Send." Got him.
But no, like you mentioned,
But he was right about the Tyrese Haliburton tweet, though.
He absolutely was, man. He absolutely was. And I'll never forget, he said that on the tweet, and I was like, okay, whatever. And I went back and I watched, because I'm full transparency, guys. I was not on Tyrese Haliburton train when he was drafted. I was like, I don't know about this guy, right? But I went back after he was drafted.
And we're talking about this only lasted a couple hours.
Yeah, only a couple hours.
Because
After
seemed like it took days for you to come around. Like, this lasted until like the next day, where you're like,
right.
Okay,
Because what happened is he was drafted by the Kings, and then I went and saw more film and did a little bit more of a deep dive, and that's when it all came together. And I came on the show and I said, Damian, I was watching Tyrese Haliburton film, and guess who he kind of reminds me of? Magic Johnson, right? And it was just the way he played, and not also physically how he played, but the way that he was out there galvanizing guys, and the stories that you would read about him. And
well, I mean, we go back to draft night, that 8-hour marathon we did during that final stretch. We had his coach, Steve Prohm, at Iowa State on with us. And, one of the first things he said, and, it's difficult when you talk to these coaches, because part of their job is to hype up their player, because they're going to hype up the next player and the recruits and all of that different stuff. But he said, you guys, you're going to love him. He's going to work his ass off from day one, and you've got a leader. That was the line that stuck out with me the most, because it's, wow, that's a pretty strong, definitive statement to make about a player who was just drafted. He said, you've got a leader. And everything that Steve Prohm said to us that night has 1,000% come to fruition here during the first 21 games, I think it is, of Tyrese Haliburton's career.
Absolutely. And I think it's really helped out De'Aaron Fox on and off the court because De'Aaron's a leader. Don't get it twisted. He is a leader. He's a leader of men. I truly believe that. But De'Aaron is not. He's not for all the frills, right? Like he's real. He's real bottom line when it comes to a lot of things. At least that's the vibe that he gives off, right? And he's not going to sit up there and shout out to our people at the King's Herald, but he's not going to wear a Fox's Passes shirt. You know what I'm saying? To the press conference or anything like that. He's
no
not
Fox given.
Yeah. No, he's not wearing that. He's not, if he doesn't have to speak, he's not really speaking. At least, like I said, that's what he gives off, and that's on and off the court. And Tyrese Haliburton being there has allowed him to just kind of be who he is. Like he's just about business. He's just about basketball. He feels comfortable out there, and he's got so much on his plate already to be this super vocal leader for this team as well. That might have been asking too much for who he is as a person. I don't want to say that he can't do it, but naturally that's just not who he is. And having Tyrese out there be the talker, be all that other stuff, it allows Fox to pick and choose his spots when he does do that, as opposed to having to do it every single night in and night out, and score 28 points a night, and average 10 assists a night, and play defense and all this other stuff. And it's just Tyrese Haliburton has helped out De'Aaron Fox, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's a great point in terms of, and I'm not trying to anoint Tyrese Haliburton the face of the franchise, but the fan base absolutely adores him. And so it allows that's a great point that I never thought of, is it does take so much pressure off of De'Aaron Fox, who constantly has to be the guy to go out in front of the media. Now you could put Tyrese Haliburton out there and there wouldn't be a drop off. You know what I mean? Whereas if De'Aaron Fox doesn't want to talk that night or doesn't want to do this particular media request, and you put out, with all due respect, Kyle Guy or Corey Joseph, it's not going to have the same feel. But if you can put out Tyrese Haliburton now, and it'll have the same, like every media member who has to cover games or everybody who's requesting interviews, it'll have that same star level feel to it. It'll have that same face of the franchise appeal to it. We're going to talk more Kings, including how can the Sacramento Kings keep this streak going? They got a hell of a matchup coming up tomorrow night against the Philadelphia 76ers. We will take a look at that one. This is our last commercial break of the hour. If you're on the stream, you know we're not going anywhere on twitch.tv or on YouTube. We've got more Kings Talk coming your way here on Sacramento's home of Kings Talk, ESPN 1320.
Cool. Yeah. Don't take me off screen, Damon. I'm just turning this light on because I'm looking like Mitch Richmond in the postgame.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Got that D'Lo and KC bar right through the middle. Let's get that out of there. And I dropped my pen. I sit here, I just hold it. It's almost like a nervous habit. Like if I don't have something in my hand, even though I'm always writing stuff down, like I get twitchy and anxious if I can't hold this pen here. Mitch, yeah, dude, this is legit. Mitch, I know we're not supposed to say stuff like this. Mitch isn't the best on television. Like, and I know he's the you ready, partner? Like I know he's the Rock and all of that. You know, the other Rock, not the Rock, but the other Rock. Yeah, I just don't think he's the best on television.
Maybe it's the remote thing. Maybe he'd be better if he was in studio.
Yeah, that's probably it.
It's a different vibe.
Oh, add the little Magic T-shirt to the Be Heard story. Yeah, maybe we make that an alternate design for the J Street Vibes T-shirt.
Now here's the funny thing about this, right? Is as much as I say it every opportunity I get, and I would love to have a Lil Magic shirt. I would never want to put that on Tyrese in print. Never. I'll say it. I don't need everybody else saying it because that is unbelievably lofty. Without context, you know what I'm saying? Because I try to provide context when I say that, right? But without context, it's like, what, you guys are calling him Magic Johnson? No, First of all, Magic said that, and I'm just saying what Magic said. So, no, I thought about it. I thought about like a little Magic shirt, but
I'm just seeing this. Excuse me. Wow. Okay.
Check this one out.
I love the game.
Yeah.
I need to update my sounds, man. I have got to get that real brother. Still got this one in here though.
Who was talking about you?
Just use it anytime someone's good. Just
Who was talking about you?
I don't understand. Won't you ever disrespect me?
You know one of my favorites here.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
She
I don't know why I like that
so
one.
terrible. Remember, I know you watched Higher Learning.
Oh yeah.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh my gosh. She's a terrible actress. Just awful. Boy, hey, I'm working on it, Warren.
Oh man.
I'm trying to come up with a plan to where I'm just not like I did I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make Terramana Talks the podcast, but I'm going to do conversations. So like I'm going to do like interview style segments instead of just doing like another. I mean, it appears based on we could have 20 hours of sports talk coming your way. Like nobody wants an hour podcast for that. So I'm thinking if I turned Terramana Talks in and we could record it like in the evening, we me and whoever I'm talking to has like their little drink with them. And we just have like a chill conversation and that be the podcast.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about doing.
One thing I will say, and I'm not complaining at all because I love what I do, but I have my own little podcast as well. And I've got it. And it still kicks out there every week, Casey's Corner. But man, it's tough to do with these with the radio shows, man.
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Hard.
But wow.
It's hard, man. I mean, I know that station is important to you and Be Heard is important to me. And but I knew when I did that last podcast of the year, it was like I have to like chill, regroup, and figure out what I'm gonna do with this, or people are just gonna tune it out. And I'd rather take a break before just tuning it, just before people like left.
For sure.
Yeah, we need to get that. Yeah, we appreciate you, Roddy, man. We're trying. We need to get that. We need to get that Casey's Corner.
Yeah, we'll do Casey's Corner. I talk a little sports on there, but really the reason why I keep it around is I like my music, baby.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I be playing the music on there, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we be bumping and grinding, just bouncing and bouncing all weekend. So yeah, that's my music thing. I'm getting my Guru Johnson.
There you go. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Guru's got that gig. If you're watching us on YouTube, keep those thumbs up coming. We are so happy that you're here with us. If you're on, make sure you hit the subscribe button as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can follow us. You can listen on the radio.com app. You can subscribe to the podcast. We were just talking podcasting there during the commercial break over on the stream. Yeah, the podcast is available also on Apple, Google, Spotify. If you're going to download it on Apple, then make sure you hit the 5 stars, please, if you want to leave us a little review. It literally takes seconds to do all of this stuff. Just search D'Lo and KC, hit subscribe, hit 5 stars. Boom, you're in the game. You never miss a single solitary second of the show. We'll even isolate interviews for you, like our conversation with Robert Turbin earlier, Super Bowl champion with the Seattle Seahawks. He broke down Super Bowl 55 for us and what went wrong for the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And we've got a long week ahead with a lot of Kings basketball to talk about, so that's a great place to make sure you miss out on absolutely nothing. As the Kings are missing out on absolutely nothing right now. They are 1 point away from an 8-game win streak, and it was an incredible performance against Miami. But overall, this team has played so well over the last 7 games. They are over the last 8 games, being 7-1 in that stretch, with the only loss coming at the hands of the Miami Heat. We found out that De'Aaron Fox was named Western Conference Player of the Week today, along with Giannis Antetokounmpo for the Eastern Conference. And speaking of, they're gearing up for the top dog in the Eastern Conference this week, Casey. Yeah. They're gearing up for the top dog in the Eastern Conference tomorrow as Philadelphia makes their way to the Golden One Center.
Ooh, Philly is playing some good basketball. I was checking them out against the Nets over the weekend, and I mean they just turned up on Brooklyn. Now Brooklyn, granted, didn't have Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant. It was just James Harden out there, but it was close for a half, maybe about a 2.5 quarters, and then Philly just turned up on them. Joel Embiid. I mean, there's no answer. I'm interested to see what's going to happen tomorrow night with Joel Embiid because he is just too much. And we talk about De'Aaron Fox and what he was able to do against Kawhi Leonard. Well, I'm sure he's going to have to go up against Ben Simmons at some point, if not for a lot of the night tomorrow night against the Sixers. So they've got some bad boys over there in Philly that are playing some good basketball right now.
Yeah, Joel Embiid is at 29.3 points per game and 10.7 rebounds. He very much is playing. No hyperbole in this statement whatsoever. He is very much playing at an MVP level.
Absolutely.
When lists, and I'm sure there are already plenty of MVP ranking lists out right now, Joel Embiid has to be either at the top or very, very near the top, right next to LeBron James, because he's playing incredible. And that's a matchup where, like, what are we talking here? Like, is this a Rashawn Holmes situation? Is this a Marvin Bagley situation? Oof. Is this a heavy dose of Hassan Whiteside? I don't know what you do going against one of the most dominant. And Joel and Jokic are different.
Yeah,
like these guys aren't the same. And I know Jokic had the 50. And I know there was some tie-in, I think, to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar stat after that game. Hell, I didn't really care. They lost. It wasn't phasing me what Nikola Jokic was doing in that game. But he is an entirely different type of center, which the Sacramento Kings have had great success against this year than Joel Embiid is.
I don't know what you do, Damian. I don't know what you do. I mean,
what's your line? Blindfolding a cigarette?
Blindfolding a cigarette against Joel Embiid. The only thing that I can think of is you give them different looks, as far as single coverage and doubling them from different angles and from different people. And you I would really look to try and keep him from doubling him too much, because you don't want him to kick out to the 3-point line or kick out to 3-point shooters at the 3-point line. I take a bunch of twos from Joel. If Joel wants to have 55 and a bunch of 2-pointers and from the free throw line, I'll take my chances. But if he's out there having 35 and then kicking it out for the assist or the hockey assist and getting wide open threes for Seth Curry or Tobias Harris and things of that nature, that's when you really got problems. So I don't know. I'm not sure to answer your question. I do think you see a little more extended time for Whiteside, but I'm not sure when Whiteside gets in there. I don't think he's going to start, so I don't know if his minutes are going to necessarily always match up with Joel Embiid. So
yeah, and I was thinking that same thing too, is how you can match that up, because I feel like from a physical, from nothing more than a physical standpoint, Whiteside might be your best option.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's because of his size, because I do think Hassan Whiteside carries a certain level of strength. Rashawn Holmes is a little bit smaller. This is like, I remember very well, this was the Jaeger stretch when Philadelphia, it was the stretch where they were running and they were playing really well. Yeah. And I remember, kind of going over like what the Kings were looking to do, how they were looking to execute their game plan against Joel, and it had to do with running, it had to do with pushing the pace, it basically had to do with like tiring him out. This is when Willie Cauley-Stein was still on the roster. It was like they were just going to try to make Joel Embiid move around, and they executed it to perfection. And I look at this now and I go, could you potentially do that again? And now you've got a different, you've got Doc Rivers there, a guy who saw the Sacramento Kings, quite a bit when he was with the Los Angeles Clippers. So I wonder if he can take any of that stuff with him and avoid falling into, help Joel Embiid not fall into those same traps if the Sacramento Kings do try to push and move Joel Embiid around and potentially pull him out of the paint a little bit and free up some space for De'Aaron Fox. Like, it's just it's such a fascinating matchup, because there's one Joel Embiid. Like, there's no other player like him. Again, I know Nikola Jokic is a really, really good center. They're two totally different types of centers, and it's going to be as was Saturday, as was Sunday, it's just going to be the latest in a long line of fascinating matchups to watch for this Kings team.
Absolutely. And you talk about Joel versus on Whiteside, and my intuition was right. They do have a little history. They had a little back and forth when Whiteside was with the Heat, and it started with like
sounds right.
Embiid had picked up like a third foul in a game against Hassan and told the coach, supposed get him out of here. Get him out of here. He can't guard me. Sub in for him or whatever. And then him and Hassan went back and forth on Twitter quite a bit or whatever. I'm gonna have to read up on that one. But yeah, a little real heat there.
There we go.
From Whiteside and Embiid. So, and now I really want to see Whiteside guard Embiid. Yeah, I'm all for a little beef right there.
You love beef. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beef
I
is
even
when
love
you
what
roll
Brady
no
did
less than
yesterday.
30 deep.
I kind of like Brady yesterday when he got in Matthews' face.
Yeah, what was Tyrann Mathieu doing? Like, you can't talk after they score. Like that.
Bro.
That is the worst time to start talking trash.
He was completely unhinged. He was out of it.
They lost, and you and Robert Turbin hit on this earlier. That they lost all composure, and you felt like that in the first quarter.
Yep.
And I think Nate Burleson said this at halftime. Like, we've seen this team be down before. We've seen the Chiefs be down before, but this feels different. They feel like they don't have their legs under them, and sure enough, they never did. And speaking of composure, that's something that the Kings have been able to maintain, right? Like they've been down. They fought the Clipper game. I don't think they were down double digits late in that game, but there have been games during this stretch where they've been regularly down double digits, and they've been able to maintain their composure, unlike the Honey Badger doing yesterday, and stick to the game plan, so to speak. Or to bring in another football analogy, go Bill Belichick on there, they've been able to do their job and chip away at leads, fight, and put themselves in a position to win. And so far over this 8-game stretch, they've won a lot more times than they haven't.
Absolutely. And you got to give credit to Luke Walton there, because he has chosen the correct times to try and stop the bleeding and have them work through it. Sometimes when you think he's going to call a timeout after a 6-0, 7-0 run or whatever, he says, no, you guys got to figure it out. I'm not going to baby you guys. But then there's also times when he looks at it and he says, I can't mess around right now. We need to take a timeout and regroup. And that's purely on feel and getting a feel for the game and how the game is going and understanding where your team is. And he deserves a lot of credit, because there's been a number of different times when something's going on. I'm like, timeout. I'll do this in the living room, like timeout. Luke lets him play. They figure it out. They figure it out on the fly. And that is, he has the pulse of that team and that group as good as anybody does right now.
I've made the mistake, and this is my sincerest apologies. I made the mistake of having Twitter open during the conversation. I try not to do that very often, but our buddy Cole got my attention with something.
Okay.
Apparently, your man's Amin Hassan.
Oh, brother.
Believes
tell me he's back.
He believes that he is responsible
for
De'Aaron Fox's recent play, saying that his words fired up De'Aaron Fox, and even quote tweeted, "You're welcome, Sacramento."
Hey, who man's is this?
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
That's Cole's fault, man. I let Cole get my attention on Twitter. I was like, oh, what is happening here?
Come on, man. That's clown behavior, man. That's clown behavior. Shaq did that the other night on ESPN on Inside the NBA. When Dwayne Wade, who I guess is pretty close with Donovan Mitchell, they were talking on the show on the air, and he's like, Wade was like, yo, why you do that to Donovan? Like, that was. Now he wasn't getting at Shaq.
That was trash.
Yeah, he wasn't getting at Shaq, but he was, sticking up for his guy. He was keeping the same energy. He's like, man, nah, you got to understand that's not how you come at him like that or whatever. And then Shaq goes, well, you see what they've been doing since. They can't be stopped. Him and Rudy Gobert. You're welcome. You're welcome, Utah. You're welcome. I'm like, stop. All right. He said, I know how to motivate guys. I know how to lead guys. I know how to get the best out of guys. So you're welcome.
Like, legitimate question. This isn't like hate on Shaq. Like, what team has he ever led?
Bro, who knows?
Because he didn't lead the
who
Lakers. He wasn't the leader of the Lakers. I'm not saying he wasn't the best player on the Lakers. I'm saying he wasn't the leader on the Lakers.
And he was like the physical presence. Like, you knew you had to answer to Shaq, but I don't think nobody was motivated by Shaquille O'Neal.
That Donovan Mitchell thing was so weak. That was such trash. I was like, what, man, what are you like to Donovan Mitchell? Like, what are you doing? And I don't know why.
After a win, after he scored like 35 in a win.
I'm so curious. Like Shaq is I really think Shaq is like this. Shaq thinks like he's, or maybe he doesn't think that he is, but he really wants to be, and he just executes it poorly. I think he wants to be like a mentor to young players. Like he did this with DeMarcus. Remember, he was gonna lead. He was gonna teach DeMarcus the way. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, he was gonna teach DeMarcus how to be a ball player. How did that work again? As a matter of fact, have we seen Shaq in Sacramento since that big proclamation?
No.
Since him and Vivek sat arm in arm about his ownership stake in the Sacramento Kings. Like, I genuinely believe that dude wants to be like a mentor and a guy that young players look up to. But I think young players look at him like, who is this dude? Like, what is he talking about?
I'm gonna say, like, there's things that Shaq says that I'm okay with. I'm cool with. Like, he clarified his comments about, I think it was James Harden, when he was like, when James Harden I guess he was upset with what Shaq had said after he got traded. You know, Shaq was like, yo, they gave you everything. You didn't perform. You got to look in the mirror. And James Harden was upset. And he was like, yeah, we got to stick together as black people and not down each other. And Shaq was like, I'm not trying to hear all that, bro. He said, look here. And Shaq said this. He said, he was on First Take and he told Stephen A, he said, Stephen A, you came to me when in 2000 and was like, yo, you're a good player, but you hadn't done nothing. And Shaq said, as a player, I was hot. I was mad. Like, I confronted you. I was hot. But you know what? You were right. I hadn't done nothing. And the only way to do what to get the respect that I was looking for was to go out there and win. So when he does those type of things, I'm okay with it. What he did to Donovan Mitchell, I wasn't really a fan of. And then I didn't like how afterward, I know how to lead people. So him and Amin, shut the hell up.
From the same cloth, man.
Like, somebody cut this up if you want to. Adam, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Shut the hell up. Like, seriously, you ain't motivate nobody, bro. You just out here with clown behavior. And this is coming from somebody, I don't have a problem with Like I said, I listen to some of the stuff he say, but that was clown behavior, bro.
If he wants to come to Sacramento and get De'Aaron's coffee just like he did in Phoenix, man, he's more than welcome to. He can get De'Aaron coffee. He can get Tyrese coffee. He's used to doing it. I know he did it for Steve Kerr in his front office in Phoenix. So do your thing, like, best
out here
of luck
being
to
a clown, bro.
But De'Aaron Fox right now is averaging close to 7 more points per game on his career than he normally does. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That's on the season.
You're welcome, Sacramento. You're gonna keep getting these clown emojis, bro. That's what you're going. We ain't saying thank you for nothing. You're getting these clown emojis and me talking about your ridiculous comment that started all this.
31 points per game, 8.8 assists, 37.6 minutes per game. That's in the last 4 games. I know you had even more extended numbers off of De'Aaron. And really, the conversation with De'Aaron Fox has really come down to the phenomenal play that he has had in the fourth quarter. He had 10
Fox time.
Indeed. And he had 10 of his 36 points in the fourth quarter against the Los Angeles Clippers. And that's down for him, because he had games where he was scoring 17 and 13. I think he had a couple of games where he was scoring 17 in the fourth quarter. This is, again, I don't know. I didn't think De'Aaron Fox had a killer instinct, and he does. And we saw it on full display against Kawhi Leonard yesterday.
Yes.
We saw it when he hit 3. We saw it, when he was hitting threes. We saw it when he was finding Rashawn Holmes on critical baskets. We saw him, we've seen him in the last couple of weeks ascend to a level that we have never seen before from this young man.
There was a play when you talk about Fox going to another level and recognizing the moment and everything that's going on. There was a play yesterday against the Clippers where I said, my guy got it now. My guy got it, because he was giving Kawhi that work for most of the fourth quarter, and Kawhi kept coming back and he'd give it to him or whatever. And something happened where they were coming down court and the Clippers got switched, and Tyrese had the ball, and Kawhi was guarding Tyrese as he was coming up the floor, and Lou Williams was guarding Fox. And Fox was going to like go set up for a play, and he recognized what was going on. And he said, "Oh, no, give me the ball. Give me the ball." He got the ball, and he said, "Tyrese, get the hell out of here. Holmes, I don't need your screen. Barnes, get out of here. Let's work." Right? And he got that ball, saw Lou Williams on him, recognized Lou Williams was guarding him, and said, "It is blindfolding a cigarette for this man right now." Got the ball, took it to the hoop. Now, he missed the shot, but that was the same play that Harrison Barnes got the little tip in to put him up by 3. But that level of recognition.
Harrison Barnes, one basket of the game, by the way.
Right?
We talk about timely. And the degree, if you didn't see it, the degree of difficulty on that tip was wild.
Man. That was big time. But De'Aaron just recognizing that, and like you just mentioned, having that killer instinct to say, I have a guy that has no chance on me. I'm not bailing him out. In the past, maybe he'd bail these guys out, and that's what was the frustration with De'Aaron. De'Aaron was also 20, 21 years old. But he's like, I got Lou Williams guarding me. I'm not bailing him or the Clippers out right now. Give me the ball. Get the hell out of the way. I'm about to put this dude on my mixtape. I love it.
Yeah, but that one against Kawhi Leonard, that's going to be the closing shot. That's going to be the House of Highlights closing shot on the De'Aaron Fox mixtape.
Like that. Kawhi didn't have a chance yesterday. And Kawhi, and I'm not one of these people that nowadays want to say Kawhi is an overrated defender. I got all respect and reverence for what Kawhi does on the defensive end, and he is a bad man. He had 0 shot against De'Aaron yesterday.
Unconfirmed reports, I can't get this confirmed anywhere, that Kawhi Leonard sent back his Defensive Player of the Year trophies after that. Like, again, completely unconfirmed. Maybe I made it up. Like, I'm not really sure.
I'm checking the back channels right there to confirm that being true or not.
I believe it's the Serial Connection. Check the Serial Connection. That was your source earlier for the Carson Wentz news. Check that. You know, you mentioned someone's name. We were talking about this. I don't know if we were talking about it before the show or on the chat. I don't know. We've been talking for a long time. But you mentioned Lou Williams. There's rumors, sources, the Serial Connection says Lou Williams, Pat Bev, maybe on the move.
Yeah. Now, Damian, I mean, I'm not here to, Barry Horowitz, pat my own back or whatever the case may be, but I said after the bubble, Clippers needed to move on from Pat Bev.
You say, I'm not here to Barry Horowitz, pat myself on the back, and then what do? Exactly. You do. And that's fine. And that's fine. If you're the Clippers, you move on from Barry Horowitz. Yes, the Clippers they're also moving on from the Brooklyn Brawler, by the way. No idea the status of the Killer Bees, though. We'll find out for Jumpin' Jim Bronzell and B. Brian Blair.
Well, what about the Smoking Guns? I don't know.
We'll find out soon. But Pat Beverly, if he's moving on, if the Clippers are moving on from him, Pat Bev, Lou Williams, trade deadline. We started to get into what type of players the Sacramento Kings may need if they want to bolster the lineup a little bit, if they want to bolster the bench a little bit for a potential playoff run. And again, if you're a Kings fan and you want to talk about the playoffs, don't let anybody tell you that you can't. You're more than welcome to fan however you want to fan. And the fact that the Kings are 12-11, the fact that they're a game and a half out of like 4th place shows you how jumbled this Western Conference is. And there are a lot of teams and a lot of fan bases who are going to be talking about the playoffs here today for their prospective fan base, and have fun with it. Why not? And, we've talked about Belly. Is he going to be a king when the trade deadline passes? Talked about Corey Joseph. Is he going to be a king when this trade deadline passes? Pat Bev does have another year on his deal after this year, but you don't like Beverly for the Clippers? What about for the Kings?
I wouldn't be against it. We talked about it earlier off air, and I wouldn't be against Pat Bev. I just don't know if he's the same player that he was even 2 years ago. I don't know if he's got the same fire, but he's also been nicked up a lot in the last 2 years. And he plays a really hard, aggressive style of basketball, and he's not a very big guy. And I worry if that's starting to finally take a toll on his body. So I wouldn't be against it. I like to see what the compensation would be, you know, what you have to give up to the Clippers to make that happen. But the question I asked you was, is Pat Bev an upgrade over Corey Joseph? I don't think so. Not at this point in his career.
I think so still. I think he is. I think Patrick Beverley's a better defender. I just think it depends. Like, what are you looking for? You know what I mean? Because I think the belief is if Corey Joseph's not around, it's probably done more for like a draft pick sense in that you're going to give his minutes to Kyle Guy. I don't know. I haven't been tracking Kyle Guy games. Like, I know there's only a certain amount that he can play in. I don't think he's in danger of like surpassing that amount, especially if they use him sparingly from now until the trade deadline. Right. I believe, like, I think the total number is 50. I believe it's 50 out of the 72. If they do actually wind up playing 72 games, I don't know how many he's played in this year. It won't take long for us to look, but if you use him sparingly until the trade deadline, I'm sure you can comfortably, you know, get some run out of him during the final stretch of the season. But if you're bringing Patrick Beverley in to be like an actual, like a contributing piece, again, Pat Bev has another year left on his contract next year. Not something that I'm confident, you know, the front office staff would want to do. I don't even know if Patrick Beverley is the type of player that they want. As you look at this roster, you got to realize that the reason it's so noteworthy and easy because it was eye-popping that Metu and Corey Joseph and Glenn Robinson III and Kyle Guy were all out there on the floor with 8 minutes left in the game. And Tyrese Haliburton was leading the way. That says a lot about Luke Walton, and it says a whole lot more about Tyrese Haliburton and the fact that it's like, hey, you know what? Buddy needs to chill. Harrison needs to chill. De'Aaron needs to chill. Rashawn needs – get the most out of this group, and he absolutely did. It was a 2-point game or something like that while those guys were out there for, you know, a 2 to 3 minute stretch.
Yeah, I know for sure. I don't know about the other ones as far as like Kyle Guy and Lil Dog, Glenn Robinson III, but I know Metu was like a big bridge between Hassan Whiteside and Rashawn Holmes. And Whiteside, just like we mentioned a couple of times before, he just wasn't there in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't time for Rashawn Holmes to come back yet.
And Lord knows you ain't going to play that other guy.
No, 35 ain't seeing her. He ain't seen the court in the fourth quarter. That ain't happening. So
he's allergic to the fourth quarter, I think.
He used that 2-minute window to go with Metu, and it worked. It worked. You know what I mean? But it also highlighted the fact that I think they are missing one bench guy. I know Lou Williams was somebody out there that we had just mentioned as well that was on the trading block with the Clippers. I'd love to see Lou Williams with the Sacramento Kings. Absolutely. I think he's that type of guy that they need off the bench that can score. You even have a situation where if he's cooking, I'm not trying to, I know it always seems I'm trying to cut into his minutes, but maybe if he's cooking, you don't have to bring back Buddy right away. You can let Lou Will cook for a little while longer, and you have that option. But right now, as it sits, because the bench is so thin, you got to come back with them starters.
This is I'm starting to lose track of. Have we shown Buddy any love for the game that he played yesterday? We've talked so much about De'Aaron, and we talked a lot about Tyrese. Buddy had a hell of a game yesterday.
He did play a good game.
A night after his 3-point streak, or a day after, 22 hours to be exact. In fact, I think it was 20 hours from the time that the game ended to the time the game tipped. After his 3-point streak of 87 or 88 came to an end. And, I mean, he could not hit anything. And I remember the first three. I'm sure every Kings fan who was watching remembers the first three that he hit against the Clippers. Like, he just gets out this big yell. Like, finally, you know, I got one to fall, and he was able to hit a couple of more. But it was one of those games, and Luke Walton talked about it in his post-game press conference as well. Is one of those games where he wasn't, you know, he didn't have that groove going offensively. He wound up going, you know, a little bit late, but he was always involved. He was very, very active in the game, and the same is true against Denver. Offensively, he was a disaster against Denver, but he wasn't invisible. He used, you know, we often tout, and rightfully so, Buddy Hield's work ethic, and he worked out there on the floor all weekend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Buddy Hield is out here. And I noticed it in I think it was the Pelicans game where he, didn't shoot very well, but I think he had 11 rebounds that night, 10 or 11 rebounds. And he's just finding ways every night, if the shot isn't falling, to still be effective, still be, like you said, just active and everywhere out there on the floor, defensively, playmaking, all that stuff. He's understanding that scoring isn't the only way that you can be effective out there on the floor. And we would love for him to shoot better. The Kings would love for him to shoot better. But right now, his shot isn't falling. But what are you going to do to still have an impact on the game? And he's finding different ways from night to night. Dare I say, sometimes it's his defense. You know what I mean? There was times, I think, in the Boston game where late in the game, he had some good defensive moments trying to guard Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
So Buddy is
same in the Denver game.
Yeah.
Saturday night.
So Buddy is he's growing in that aspect. And yesterday against the Clippers was another good performance outside of his shooting. And he shot the ball decent last. It wasn't like he shot bad, but he was doing other things as well to keep him involved in the game.
I go back to the line from Luke Walton at the beginning. I think it was his very first media availability. It might have been his second. The team had just finished practicing for the first time, and he used a line that has just resonated with me. 23 games into the season, everybody bought in. Mm-hmm. The energy was there, the hustle was there, and the buy-in was there. And that's so important for an inexperienced group like this. I know Harrison Barnes is a vet here at this point, and some of these other guys are falling into vet status. But this is a regular season basketball team, man. That's it, and that's not anyone's goal. The goal is not to be a regular season basketball team, but that's what they are, and they're trying to gain the experience and become a playoff team and become a team that gets recognitions like Rookie of the Month, which we saw for Tyrese Haliburton, like Player of the Week, which we saw for De'Aaron Fox. You want to be able to get the recognition from writers, media people around the league. And the league itself, and they're taking their first steps in doing that over this stretch of basketball because there's nothing fluky about what they're doing. They're not outrunning anybody. They're not tiring anybody down. There's no Greg Popovich saying, "Oh, we just couldn't keep up with them." My goodness, they deserve to be commended for their conditioning. No, they're executing. They're going down double digits. They're not losing their composure. They're keeping it straightforward. They're chipping into double digit deficits in the fourth quarter, in the third quarter, in the second half, or whatever it may be. And it feels real. Mm-hmm. And sometimes win streaks don't. Sometimes they don't feel real. This one feels like you crapped all over what the Utah Jazz did a week ago. But this feels like this feels real.
Nah, it does, exciting. Man. It does. And at the very least, I think we don't see this team go back to what we saw for that 2-week stretch where they were just getting blasted and they were giving up 120s and 130s and things of that nature. I think those days are gone and behind us. And I don't know what the final record is going to be for this team, but they've shown to us and to themselves that there is a level of expectations that they should hold themselves to and that they should try to uphold. Mm-hmm. I think one of the reasons why I know myself and you as well, Damian, why we would get on here and be so upset with this team for their lack of defense or for losing by 30 points is at the beginning of the season, we were two of the people that said they're better than people are giving them credit for. Yeah. This team has more talent and there's growth on the guys that were here before that they should be a team that is hovering around 500. Mm-hmm. And what we saw from them when they were losing these games and not playing no defense, it was like, nah, man, this is unacceptable because this isn't who you are. This isn't, you're playing like one of the worst teams in the league. And that is not what this roster should be. You know what I mean? And it was a level of disappointment and frustration. And I think once they had that same level of disappointment and frustration for themselves, they got it together, and I don't think they're going back. I don't think they're going back to that. I don't know what the final record is, but I don't think they're going back to that.
I don't want to go back to that lifestyle. I don't want to. I do not want to come back here talking about 30-point losses we really, we've got some great friends over there at 95.7 The Game. I'm going to go ahead and need this next Kings-Warriors game to happen, and I'm going to need the Kings to get this one because we owe them a couple of receipts. We owe them a couple. We owe them a couple of social media receipts from, and you can't even say nothing when you get beat like that.
What you gonna say?
Like,
What you gonna say?
do.
I ain't Tyrann Matthew. I ain't the Honey Badger. What am I gonna say?
And that's the thing. Like, I kept thinking, like, man, if the Kings win a couple of more, I could probably fire something off at Bonte. I could probably fire something off at the game. But it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. If you have the same record and they still kicked your ass, okay, I'm gonna need the Kings to get one because I need to fire back at our.
But
at our guys there.
even on a bigger note, though, remember what we kind of dabbled with a little bit, Damien, where we said when the smoke clears, hot take, Kings have a better record than the Warriors.
Yeah,
it could happen.
I mean, we saw Steph do what 57.
Woo!
Like, how do you? Like 57 and he lost.
Oh my gosh.
Like, and it's like it's gut wrenching. I mean, not for us.
It's all good.
But from
It's
an
all good.
NBA standpoint, you think, man, what Warriors team is this where Steph is dropping 57? And hell, I mean, it was a fun NBA fan battle.
It
with
was
Luka
a fun game to watch.
and Steph for sure.
I enjoyed it.
It's just insane to say you see those superhuman performances from Steph and they lose. Because I mean, De'Aaron would never. Like, I mean, superhuman performance. They're winning.
How many points did Steph have in the fourth quarter? I don't know. I mean, if it was Fox time, we already know what that would have been like.
I mean, if he put up them De'Aaron Fox numbers, like I said, I somebody from the ESPN account tweeted last night, the only way the Kansas City Chiefs were going to win that game is if De'Aaron Fox showed up there in the fourth quarter and got it done for him. Because
that's facts.
That's been the hallmark of this stretch that the Kings are on.
Mr. Fourth, De'Aaron Fox. Maybe we'll roll with that one. Give us your suggestions. ESPN 1320 on IG and on Twitter at IMK Diddy at Damian Barlin. Give us your suggestions for what we should say Fox in the fourth. Are we just copyright infringe what they do with Dame and say it's Fox time? You know what I mean? Are we going to do that? I don't know. What do we do?
We need something with the letters. I forgot what it's called, but you know when the two letters they start with F. You know what I mean? Or Fox fourth, or alliteration. I think is what it's called.
Okay.
The Fox fourth, or the I don't know.
We'll
but
figure it out. Give us your suggestions.
That's our goal, is to get that figured out. You can take part here in the chat as well if you're on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 or you're watching us on YouTube on ESPN 1320. You guys have done an amazing job over there on the YouTube channel as well. Make sure you subscribe, and if you're watching the videos, hit the thumbs up, man. That goes a really, really long way to helping us get noticed by other sports fans, other Kings fans, other platforms. And all you got to do, completely free, doesn't cost you a thing. Just hit that thumbs up, man. And we'll be back for another 4-hour show tomorrow.
I can't wait. And we're going to be previewing a Kings game. Tomorrow, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to give you a little tease. I'm going to tell you what if the Chiefs are done.
Oh, man, that's not even – man, we didn't even get to that today.
It's okay. We got time.
All right. I'm
going to tell you tomorrow if the Chiefs are done.
A little Super Bowl hangover, and we'll talk about the Bucs too. And I think we've got some news and notes on the San Francisco 49ers, and maybe Carson Wentz will be traded by then.
He might be. Maybe Sam Darnold might be traded. They're exploring trade options for him. I'm seeing on the studio TV.
Your sources are telling you?
That's right. The streets.
All right. Well, the show is ending on the radio, but it's not going anywhere on the stream. We'll hang out with you for a little bit longer. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. And, of course, the ESPN 1320 channel on YouTube. Again, we are back for 4 hours tomorrow from 12 to 4. We'll even have a courtside show for you leading in to the Sacramento Kings and the Philadelphia 76ers. If you missed any part of the show, you could use the rewind feature on the radio.com app, or you could subscribe to the podcast. Search D'Lo and KC on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Rate us 5 stars. Leave a little review. We greatly appreciate it. We will see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Ooh,
yeah.
54. I like it. Yeah.
It's easy. We do this every day. It's nothing.
All day. All day, Danny in San Francisco. All day. Let's do it. Oh, man. I need to stop saying stupid stuff like that. Need you to do an 8-hour show today, guys. Let's see. I saw this earlier. I wanted to put this up here. Can we get some schedule projections from Kenny? No, Roddy. No,
Hey,
Roddy.
Look. When you left,
No, Roddy. You can't live, bruh. Nah, fam.
When you left to use the bathroom, they're like, "All right, now that Damien's gone, can you give us the projections?" And I said, "I don't have projections or predictions. I was just looking at the schedule for the remaining homestand. That's all I was doing."
Y'all act like I'm the hall monitor or something. The will
Cheryl,
going back to ATL.
always showing love out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
People.
Peace,
Shout out.
love.
Always.
Yo, and how great was it, man, that we figured out the.
Oh, that was awesome.
Oh man, that's so good. That was so clutch.
That
now
was
I'm
a
not
game changer.
Now I won't be nervous when we book radio, when we book phone interviews anymore. I was so
leaving
nervous
our
about
phone
that.
calls.
Yeah. I mean, now now Manny can be in the chat and hear himself at the same time. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, phone on the stream is huge, man. We finally got that. Oh, we haven't given Rich enough attention. I think he's a little flustered today.
I'm gonna explain it tomorrow. I'm gonna explain it tomorrow, Rich. And look, I ain't hating. I'm just telling you, it might be done.
No.
And
Can
it's all
you
relative.
tell
It's all
us-
relatively speaking, by the way. Like they're not gonna go into Jacksonville territory. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Windows closing.
4 in, 4 out. That's tough.
That's what we need to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be okay. I'm down.
Yeah.
That's
We'll
tough.
that
Do it. Oh, whoo. Okay. I'm with it. 4 in, 4 out. That is brutal. I'm sorry, Roddy. I thought you might have missed it. Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn Holmes is supposed to. I assume that's what you mean. Rashawn Holmes is supposed to be with us sometime this week. We don't know if it's going to be Wednesday or Thursday, but we expect Rashawn to be with us.
Did you see real quick? Did you see where I gotta look at this? Lock and Fora was talking about there's a possibility of a Russell Wilson trade.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
To San Francisco, I'll take it. What is
I
this?
don't know if he has a desk.
That's
I think
crazy.
I think he was like saying, "Oh, wait a minute. This is a little breaking news." I don't know if we talked about it.
Stream exclusive.
The 49ers re-sign quarterback Josh Rosen for the 2021 season. He's going to be on the roster. And I'm just saying,
Did
the
you
Rosen
just
one.
Did you just call that breaking news?
It's breaking news.
Dude, you had me sitting up. Like, what do we got here? Like, just about to take the stream into a whole different stratosphere.
They just go. Look,
Josh Rosen.
it goes into my theory of them keeping Jimmy and not drafting a quarterback in this draft.
No, I think you're
and
right.
I don't think that's a bad idea. See what you got in Rosen. The Rosen one. Oh, y'all remember when it was calling him the Rosen one? All right. He's only 3 years removed from college.
Hey, I'm not against this. I'm not mad at it. I'm fine with him being on the roster. Perfectly fine with it.
The crazy one, though, for real, though, was that lock and forward thing. I mean, there's no way it happens. I don't believe it happens. But just the mention that they could move on. I got to look into that one. That's crazy.
Again, usage rate is like 1 million. Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, and this is the thing. I just can't get over like how everybody can't be wrong about him.
I know. I understand. But people have been wrong before, and they'll be wrong again if we bet against them.
We didn't even touch. We really had 2 topics the whole day. We didn't touch on your man's and your teams.
Knicks making moves, baby.
Is this true? A story just came out that the Super Bowl streaker made a $50,000 prop bet on a streaker on the field and netted 306. That dude is a genius.
Yeah, I heard about that. I saw another bet where this guy.
They're going to take that prop off of books from now on, by the way, but go ahead.
You got to. Where this guy made a bet on all the championship series, and I don't know how he did this. I really don't know how he did this, but all the championship series, and like was down to the last one, which was the Super Bowl, and it had Tampa Bay winning the Super Bowl, and he made like $20,000.
Oh. All right.
I don't
Was it
know.
like a cheap bet, like a $20 bet or a $100 bet or something?
I forgot. The way it's set up, it could have been. That could have been doctored. I can't believe that.
Yeah, that's
who the hell said Buccaneers in the Super Bowl?
Well, if you knew Brady went there, I mean, that's not a. Not a super reach. This was a tough one. I didn't know how to cover this. Like I was stunned to see that last night.
Man,
that was one of those like, wait, what? He had tweet like he was tweeting earlier in the day.
Wow.
Like what happened to him?
I heard it was a heart attack. Wow. And everything that I've heard, I was listening to radio this morning and people talking about it. I mean, you want to talk about one of the nicest, most genuine human beings. Pedro Gomez was definitely one of those guys. So rest in peace to him for sure.
Yeah, man, that was like I mean, I think anybody here remembers him because he was the Barry Bonds reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Like he followed for like
Barry about 2-3 years.
Years. Like I remember the night Barry hit the home run. I remember watching that, and I remember flipping over to SportsCenter, and I don't remember who the anchor was. Could have been SVP maybe. I don't remember, but I remember Pedro did his spot, and they said, "Okay, Pedro, go home." Like you can go home now, Pedro.
Yeah, he followed Barry around for a long time.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. He seemed like a great dude. I didn't know he worked at the Sacramento Bee either.
I didn't know that
until
either.
I saw
Wow.
Yeah, Sean Cunningham tweeted that, and I was like, oh man. And then I dove in a little deeper and saw his connections here because of the A's and whatnot. Wow. So yeah, that's a tough one.
It's not to dismiss him, but did you see in the Bee? Did you get the Bee?
The digital. I don't get
That's
the newspaper.
I get the
Not
newspaper
that old.
on
Yeah,
Sundays.
I do
Yes,
not
I
get the
know.
newspaper.
I go to my driveway and I pick up the physical newspaper just because I like that. All right. But anyway, did you see they're starting travel football teams for high schools this weekend?
No.
Yeah, since they can't play, like I think they say they got 16 teams from like the Bay Area, from Sacramento, from Fresno, from Modesto. Yeah, they're playing.
All right. Like I mean, I guess if y'all could do it safely, hey, I get it. Like my godson, man, my godson's a ball player. He would have. This was his senior year. I mean, it was a big year for him to get recruited.
Yeah.
He had some knocks. You know what I mean? Like I think we had a good chance, but I don't know. Yeah,
that's tough, man. That's tough both ways because I understand why CIF isn't letting it happen. Absolutely, I get it. Absolutely, but man, like your godson, man, like your nephew, man, like seniors, man, they can't get this time back. Not only who knows what a graduation is going to look like. Mm-hmm. Man, I couldn't imagine being in that situation. That's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. That's tough, man. Hopefully, I don't know, man. Hopefully we're going to hulk up and kick out of this thing here at some point and start shaking our hands and do that real quick. But
hopefully we do it in time for playoff basketball at the Golden One Center.
No, Mr. Bishop. Nope, because I got to pee again and we tired. What's funny, man? We are advocating so hard for a 4-hour show, and I know it seems silly because you see us. We're just sitting here talking. It is exhausting in the sense of like we're trying to be aware of. I'm sure you noticed we talked a lot about the Sacramento Kings. Like we're trying to be aware of what you're interested in listening to, and not just the people in the chat, not just the people watching, but like the people who we don't know that are listening. We're trying to be mindful of all of that. So it's a mind exercise. That's why, we get it into our head to keep saying, yeah, we're going to get back to the Kings here in just a minute, especially, with them playing the way that they are. If they had lost 8 in a row, it'd be an entirely different story. But they're not. They're
away from the Kings.
Yeah, right. So it gets fatiguing, but it's so much fun. And 2, this is what we want to do, man. We want 4 hours. Like, bring it on. I don't think there's a 4-hour radio show in this market anymore. So,
no, man.
Let's run it.
Let's do it.
Go do your thing. Let's sign off, man. We appreciate you guys. If again, YouTube, hit the thumbs up for us. And all the other channels, man. Subscribe and follow. Do the same thing with the podcast. We appreciate you guys so much. And we'll be back at it again 4 more hours tomorrow. 5 if you count courtside.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow here on all of the streams and on 1320. We appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Y'all take care.